The cards speak. Justice listens. Welcome to the unseen. Truth doesn't hide forever, not from the eyes that see. Spirits stir, clues awaken. Let the seeing begin. Behind every crime, a shadow speaks. I'm Lady Zelda. Welcome to Seeing Crime. Hello and good morning, my darlings. Welcome to day number 4. Let me put the banner up because this is something else, isn't it? Are we going to get a verdict today? I think today's the day, my darlings. Today, I believe, is the day. Today is verdict day. Welcome to the House of Zelda, each and every one of you. Bless you for coming in. Welcome, True Oracle, Fate and Fortune. Welcome to Kick. Let me see if we are streaming over there. Yes, we are. Let me close my volume on that. How are you? Did you rest last night? Hello, my darlings. Welcome. Let me fix my green screen here because I can see a green outline around me. I don't like that. All right. So, good morning. Things are a little weird. Good morning. I think we're going to get a verdict today. I believe this is the day. Hola, ¿cómo está? I don't know what, is this like just a U.S. thing? I don't know what a U.S. thing is, my darling, but we'll answer you if you want to ask what that is. So, you mean Kick? Kick is a platform that is worldwide. Good morning to the mods. AD is here bright and early. Bless her. She's been our not so much boots on the ground. She's been fingers on the keys, giving us a little bit of intel from the X, the Twitter, the everywhere else. Bless her. Thanks to Captain Harris. She is here today. I'll tell you what, big hugs to you guys because I think today's the day. Today's the day. Big hugs to the Reed families. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. No, it's actually a worldwide platform, just like YouTube, but it's up and coming. I read a little bit more about Kick. In order for me to be monetized, I need 10 subscribers over there. Now, I'm not telling you to subscribe. You don't have to subscribe. But in some ways, it's a platform. But, it's about like YouTube from everything that I'm reading, that you can't say much, you can't do much. And not like we're going to do that anyway. Hello. It's not like I'm going to get on there and work the poll, right? Hello. So there we are. Not that I couldn't, but there you go. Grand rising to each and every one of you. Hello, good morning, and many, many blessings to you. I just came into the studio. This is my main hall. Look at my view. I'm ready to go. And look at the sun coming in this morning from the window. I'm leaving it. There you go. I was feeling like the jury has been working hard on all coming together with a not guilty on that. Listen, I think after yesterday, if I were a juror, I would be saying, Beverly, fine. You don't want to answer us. We're not going to put this girl in jeopardy again. Now, I say girl respectively because she is young. She could be my daughter. I think she is my daughter's age. So she could be my daughter. And so I would be saying, fine. We're not going to cause this girl any more stress. Hello, this is time number 2. We all know now we are experiencing, because believe me, my darlings, they all know what happened with the last trial. Not one of them has not known. I don't believe there's anyone on the jury who has said, gee, I'm out in left field. I have no clue what's going on. And all of that. Hello, Dog Mom from Lucas, Ohio, my old stomping grounds. And just to give you a little bit, my grandfather and great-grandparents are in Mount Zion Cemetery. You know where that is. So anyway, I don't have any anxiety today. I think the jury now sees. Now, I'm not going to say anything like, the fix is in, this is a... No, the fix is in for the Commonwealth, because they are going to mess around and find out. I don't say that other word. I might. But so we're going to see. I've got the fans on this morning. I got everything else on this morning. Yeah, Luann's got the right idea. Look here. The jury knows that the prosecution has been hiding the ball. And maybe if Hank had any balls, he wouldn't have had this on. Oh, sorry. He wouldn't have taken this case to begin with. Here's the sigil, my darlings. We're putting up the sigil. There we are. Asking for many blessings from the seal of King Solomon. There we are, my darlings. There we are. There we go. There we go. There we go. So we've got that handy. It's up and running. Here is the fan. I got it running. I got it running. We're going to be ready here in just a few minutes. Let me take the sound. Yep, the sound is off. We will hear when they come into court. In the meantime, we're here. Yeah, Stanky has no basketballs. I'll just put it that way. But he's got ham sandwiches. What a running joke. What a joke, this guy. What a running joke. Pardon me. I believe they're going to try to get the OUI verdict worked out. That's my idea. I've always said that the 18th is going to be significant. But I think I also said the 23rd would be as well. So that's Monday. Let's hope that it doesn't roll over onto Monday. Dear Jumpin' Jollies, but we'll be here. We're here, right? We've waited all this time, 3 years. We can wait a little longer. There we are. Dog Mom. Oh, yes, I do know where Zion Cemetery is. Many people there. As you need to come to Lucas. You never know, my darling. I just might. I worked at Malabar Farm for a little while. My grandparents lived at Malabar Farm. Lots of good things. Nan says, heard other judges are commenting on Bev's bias about time. Yes. And a little intel from the streets. I did hear that there were a couple of judges that went into the chambers of Bev yesterday. Now that's normal. That's not, they're not admonishing her. Maybe. It'd be wonderful if they were. But she had judges coming in. And, oh, wait a minute. Is there court on Friday? I do not think so. But I have heard Emily Baker say if they could not come up with a verdict today, they may have court on Friday. I don't know. We're on standby on that. Let's just hope it gets over today. Luann, Miss Zelda, you will be receiving a gift today. Oh, sending them with love and thank you. Well, my darling, if we get it while we're on the air, I'll do an opening right here. That's how generous and thoughtful of you. Thank you, my darlings. Louise, no court is closed Thursday and Friday. Okay. There we go. Now, the other word on the street is that Boozy Beauty saw Carrie Roberts the chick that told just a little fib to the grand jury, another false memory. Oh, I'm going to start using that. I had a false memory. I would anyway. She was shown going to the VFW, and Meatball Morrissey was there, and so were the McAlberts. So everybody is, now I'm sure that things are a little on the weird side. So I'm sure that Meatball is also encouraging them to, it's okay. We'll nail her. Don't you worry about it. But listen, I think they have all backed off. If you saw Hanky yesterday, he wasn't up and fighting over this. He knows the writing is on the wall. Yeah, Carrie went to the VFW too. Because, she's in the fold now. She's in the fold. Misbehaving in Florida. Google says the courthouse as a whole is closed Thursday but open Friday. But Bev could do anything in her courtroom if she wants a 4-day weekend. It's White Claw for all my friends. It's a White Claw for my friends. So there you go. You come here, you get ham sandwiches. White Claws in Dedham. There we are. Good morning to each and every one of you coming in. Hey, do me a favor. When you come in, please bless me with a little thumbs up. When you come into True Oracle, please do the same. We listen, memberships are going up because of all of you. Blessings to you. And the subscribers are going up. When we reach 4,000 subscribers over on True Oracle, we're going to have a big giveaway. So come on over there, participate. And then here, when we reach 10,000, we're not that far away, 300 and some away, not that far. I mean, I remember when we first started, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have 2,500 subscribers, and boom, boom, boom. Here we are. So there, my darlings. Things are going very well. So, let's see. Tammy's got some word on the street. Just found out that Higgy Baby put his Cape house up for sale. These are the people that know the fix is in, because they see that the writing is on the wall. I keep seeing shadows. So, but the sun's coming up, so it's all right. It's all right. Good morning, Chris. Good morning. Good morning. Patty's New Outlook. We know who that is. Everybody subscribe. It's free. Let's all help Zelda increase these numbers. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Please like and subscribe. You guys are great. Thank you. Thank you. He's getting out of Dodge. Well, gonna try. Either that or, sometimes people liquidate assets because, if they have a problem, he's going to have to pay for legal expenses. And we know how expensive this is. There's Amanda, my darling. Good morning, loves. I'm here listening. Not guilty 3 times. I watch another true crime channel, Good, where they both believe that Karen Reed hit him by accident, but still want her acquitted because of Beb's BS. Wow. See, there's a lot of that too. Because of her shenanigans, shenanigans. Remember that? I remember I was little. How many remember that show for kids called Shenanigans? That was my favorite show when I was little. Hello. So, yes. Oh, here we are. Let's see what's happening. See what she's got her lipstick on and if she's blending this morning. No lipstick. Something's up. Need some under eye cover there, Bevy.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Sit down, demon.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their hands. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all. We're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All rise, please. Here, follow me.
Here we go, my darlings. Here we go. We're getting ready. Let's see who's all in the court. Let's see how beautiful Karen is today. Look at Eliza Little. Look. They all look tired. She looks beautiful in her little blue today. Here we are.
Jury's exiting the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you.
All rise.
Look at Hank. He's got a black suit on today because he knows it's his funeral for the Commonwealth. Not in theory. I have a visitor already today. So amazing. We're going to leave that up just for a minute. No, I'm not going to leave it up. No, I'm not going to leave it up. I think the jury is going to come. We may get it before noon. I mean, after all, they may just say, look, we don't want any crappy lunch. What are they feeding them anyway? Has anybody heard who is catering this? And has anybody heard what the heck? I mean, I've heard that courthouse lunches are crappy. So, I mean, hello. I would be saying, let's give this girl, this lady, not guilty, all across the board. Let's get out of here and let's go to Chili's. Let's go to International House of Pancakes and get out of this. Boom, done. Reminder, she said, just be back here at 4 and no more than 10 minutes away. Good. Thank you so much. Carissa, so many awesome people in here. I'm way down in Florida, but wish I could hug each of you. Thank you for bringing us together. We are so welcome. Carissa, look at that beautiful picture. Happy, big, smiling faces. I think we need to keep smiling faces today because, Karen looked tired. They're not sleeping. And I know they're not worried about a verdict. They're worried about the jury form. But I'm going to tell you something. I have a lot of faith in this jury, and especially the foreman that Nurse Kim says she thinks is hot. Okay. If he's hot, well, then he must be thinking in the right direction. We have to give him that. So there we go, my darlings. There. I doubt you're seeing this, my darling Karen, but we're sending you the vibe. You're feeling it. You're feeling it. So at this point, I have a lot of faith in the jury. I have a lot of faith in the jury. The jury knows this game. They know the game. That's why, think about this. Let's be semi-detective here. This is why they sent those notes through. If we do this, is this going to harm her in another way? Is this poor lady is this poor lady going to suffer if we say not guilty on the 2 bad charges and we give an OUI based on the form? How do we fill out this form so we don't cause her any harm? They know. They know. If I were them, I would get a red pen and I would say, she's not guilty. And I would put it all over the daggone jury form and I would sign it and I would say, here, go back to the pasture. That's exactly what I would do. Because, what was she going to do? Oh, she would be excusing me. I can tell you what, if I were in that jury room, she would be excusing. I'm serious. She would be excusing me. Oh, the light is changing. So therefore, I must change maybe my green screen. After we got off here last night, holy Jehoshaphat. Let me fix this green screen. Holy Jehoshaphat. Whoop, oh, hello and good morning. Isn't that nice? You see, I can haunt my own castle. That's how it really is. You'd never leave. You just fade away. So glad the pink lipstick is coming out, though. Anyway, enough silliness. Here we are. That's about as good as I'm going to get today. I see Petey. He's a little on the pixelated side. Let me see here. Okay. Good enough. All right. I'll have to deal with it. So anyway, I'm good. I'm good. All protected. So there we are. Okay, I saw a Florida fan. Let me back up. In my silliness, I've been seeing some really good messages. Uh-oh. Someone's on the run this morning. I hear the birds. The bird TV is on in the other room. I've got them on the sill, and this one is here. So it's going to be a mama day. Larry Foreman, that's the DUI guy, was excited, saying the jury was tipped off several times that it's the second trial and that the feds were involved. Yes, during the trial, they have that information. And plus, people in that area are not living under a rock. These are semi-quasi local people. This is a little suburb of Boston. So they definitely know what's shaken. They definitely know. So they're not going to mess this up and cause her another. Can you imagine? That would be my thing. Okay, you not only have the pressure of giving a not guilty verdict, but you would have the pressure of saying, oh my God, I voted not guilty. Like the first jury, I voted not guilty. Was I the cause of another trial for this poor person who's struggling to get through this? That's where I would have to look at myself in the mirror. And I would have to look at myself in the mirror last night, and I would have said, okay, what's worth it? An OUI, she may get 6 months. Or what's the worst punishment? Getting another hung jury and a mistrial, because they're going to come after her again. You know it. I do not. No. I don't know if Turtle Boy is in the courtroom today. We'll find out. Hello there from Czech Republic, Petra, my darling, Kresanova. That's such a beautiful name. Welcome to everyone all around the world. I'm very blessed and very humbled that you're here with me today. And welcome to those who are on True Oracle and are on Kick. So there we go. Jury, don't let Bev get away with this. I agree. I don't think so. If the foreman, another matter of deduction. If the foreman goes into the courtroom and he's smiling at Mr. and Mrs. Reed, and the defense is smiling and Karen is crying, see, in some ways, I don't take this as negatively as what other people are coming out. Because unfortunately, Karen is dealing with this. However, they could have just said, or do like the last time and just not fill it out. They're going to fill out this jury form and they're going to figure it out. Now, we may have another question today. If we have another question today about this form, Bev needs to step up to and she looks tired. She was carrying the old baggage. Believe me, hey, I am too. I just got good cover up. But it's like next time we see Bev for lunch, she's going to be a little bit more spruce. You got that lip stain on. I want to tell her, look, Bev, you use this stuff because it stays on, girl. You can put it on before you go to bed. You'll get up and you may semi look presentable when you come in from the field. All right, so I say, let's say positive 2. When she left the courthouse, they were smiling. You could be haunting. I could be haunting HB. Oh, don't tempt me. Don't tell me. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Pick in hand, hump day. Let's ride this camel to the sacred part of Bethlehem with the 3 wise defensemen clearing the way to freedom. Yes. And 1 woman. I have got my phone on, but I can't. Let me see if I can turn off the noises. Let me see. I need to do that because that thing will be going all day. Zelda. All right, there we are. There we are. So all is good. Yes. Yes. I think that good Moose Cat Duck. I love that. Look at the Oilers. I love it. Yes, thank you and good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Do the jurors know there has been a mistrial? I wonder. I'm positive they have. And I'm positive that is why, I'm positive that is why they sent those questions through yesterday. Because they want to make sure, yes, we're going to pull a card this morning when we get to 9:30. We're going to pull some cards. I want to let them get, I've been looking this morning and no one has changed their mind to the negative. So I want to get them back in. They had time to sleep on this last night. The foreman is doing a great job. And I want to give them time to get, maybe another cuppa, maybe a little tea. Maybe, I don't know if they have crumpets or little cookies and snacks, but here, jury, we will baby you. There we go. There's a lot more officers outside this morning because they expect a verdict today. Turtle Boy is beside himself with anger toward bed. Oh, yeah. I saw a little bit of rant of his last night, and quite frankly, I couldn't take it. I worked last night after I was done here, and, it wasn't it was a tension headache. So I just kind of chilled out. I made a little bit of porridge, watched a couple of little cooking shows to get my heart and mind in the right place before I went to bed. And, that was it. Everyone is angry at Bev. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. It looks like John's mom and Karen have a similar color on today. Yeah. She looked beautiful. Joanne says the number 618 has been coming up as a positive number for me 3 times. This is a positive day. Let's hold on to that. I saw a few days ago where a significant days were this past weekend, and I think that's what started the whole jury concept of what was going through, and that today is significant and Monday the 23rd is significant. Now, here's the thing, my darlings. If the court is closed and Bev needs a white owl, no, what's a white owl? Use a cigar. White claw. Hello. White owl is a cigar. Oh, my heck. Oh, she could be. She might need it. She might need it. My ear's ringing. She needs a, goodbye. She may need a white claw weekend. So we don't know. So if that's the case, then we're back here on Monday. It won't hurt my feelings to spend the day with you. So we're just going to do this. I heard someone is giving up their seat for Turtle Boy. Nice, nice. If I was on trial, I would be putting not guilty in black letters across the sheet. If I had a red pen, I would be doing that. Believe me. Raining here a lot, V says, and it started out nice and sunny, and now it's overcast and looking a little weird. After we got off yesterday, it's 14:14 p.m. So is that, what is that, 2:14 in the afternoon? Jen, is it 2:14? Okay. Turtle Boy was already in. Okay. That's right. Amy's got the right idea. No more questions, jury. Let's go. The foreman is letting the reeds know this is in control and won't have slippity, dippity, slidily, doodly doo, and despite all Bev's efforts of ill will. Listen, they are on here. Here we go. Look, from Kick. Any of you that want to join over on Kick, I appreciate it. You know, when we get really going on Kick, anybody that wants to subscribe is great, because I may do some not questionable things, but talk about some topics. Now, just to give you a little bit of an idea. On the Idaho 4, we will be here August 11th is opening statements on the Brian Kohlberger case. We will be here. You talk about this case being messed up. Let me just give you a little bit of hint of what's going on. In the last even 24 hours, the judge, who will be a breath of fresh air compared to what we've had with this cow pasture, believe me, he is hopping mad. There has been a leaker in the investigation who has been leaking all of these little juicy tidbits for all of us crime crowd, and he's mad. He has ordered everyone to save all emails, all communications, all phone records, everything. They're going to look, and he's going to prosecute. He said it doesn't matter if it's a lawyer. It doesn't matter if it is it doesn't matter if it's a lawyer. Doesn't matter who it is. Believe me, he's going to prosecute. That's number one. Number two, there's always been this phantom DoorDasher that said that said they delivered food to the home 10 minutes before this situation, before the unaliving took place. They've not been able to find the DoorDasher because, you know, DoorDash is something else. And believe me, a lot of people just don't want to come forward for this kind of thing. So DoorDash, all of a sudden, and they refer to DoorDash or the DoorDasher as the initials MM. They're not going to tell who this DoorDasher is. Now, here's the thing. All of a sudden, out of the blue, out of the cosmic unknown, this chick walks into court or walks somewhere, tells a police officer, I'm here. I'm here to testify in the Brian Kohlberger case. There is a hearing tomorrow. I might try to catch it because that court is open. And I'm going to tell you, the weird thing about this DoorDasher is that she was arrested on a DUI, which is a same thing as the OUI, intoxicated while operating a vehicle, basically is what it is. So there's that, and they don't even know if this person is real. She said she pulled into the house and parked beside the plaintiff, Brian Kohlberger, the accused, allegedly, and said she can identify him. Now, the only way that the people who survived this is that they said, the only way, the people that survived this is that the only way that they said that they identified Brian Kohlberger was because of bushy eyebrows. Sounds like Luigi Mangione, right? That's the only thing. That's the only thing. And then there was a kitchen knife. We can say that possibly sewed, sort of, kind of, So we're going to be looking into that. So when Karen is finally freed, Karen Freed, we're going to call her. So Karen Freed, when she is finally freed, totally, we've got Madeline DeSoto that we are going to be looking into. My opinion, Madeline Soto should have been arrested. I don't know if she has or not, but anyway, that's it. Yeah. So anyway, so there we go. Now, I'm going to say this. We'll see what we can, if I can find it, if it's televised. Hi, Axiom. How are you? Welcome in to Kick. Welcome into the stream. No, we're going to get Karen over first. This is it. But we got some things to get busy on. Of course, there's Sandra Birchmore. And I think that whole thing with Sandra Birchmore is going to start heating up after Karen is freed. Karen Freed. So this is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. So there we go. Are we going to follow the civil trial with Karen and OJ? Of course we will. Of course we will. Of John's group, I'm going to say it that way. Of course we will. There's going to be a lot of things come out. And I don't see Karen backing down. Some people have said, have you seen the Decker guy that unalived 3 girls in Washington? They are still looking for him. Let me get my notebook. Which I should have had already. Thank you for giving me that. Hello. But this Idaho 4 case, and believe me, my darlings, woofy. Woofy, woofy. Like I said yesterday, there's a bunny trail on that I can't even. Okay. So Decker, Washington, 3 girls. Okay. There's all kind. We're never going to be. Yeah, the 3 daughters, the 3 little girls. That guy, I would like to catch him myself, being a mother. Wouldn't you? I mean, Poor darlings. Poor darlings. So anyway, let's see. Now, one thing I want to share with you today. Let me start my notebook here because I do take notes. One thing I want to say about the Commonwealth. I'd like to catch that guy. If I catch him, I'll share him with you guys. How's that? 296. Okay, let me go. Today is and I forgot to even give you a proper welcome. Oh my heck. Welcome. Hold on. We've got to do this right. Welcome to the House of Zelda, everyone. Today is Wednesday, June 18th. I had to look and see. Had to wait. It is wild. Welcome to the channel. This is the House of Zelda, where we are seeing crime. And sometimes we see it through the cards, sometimes we see it through the oracle, but definitely we see it all around. And we deep dive and we do questions and answers. So good morning to each and every one of you. To my family in Gortlitz, wie geht's? Was ist los? Ich liebe dich. And ich bin ein Akkadentante. Ich bin eine Amerikanerin. Vielen Dank für deine Freundschaft. Danke. Bitte. Auf Wiedersehen. Okay, there we are. So now we are here. And now I'm going to tell you this. The CW is in a panic. It is in a panic. And the reason that they are in a panic is because they have to get Karen convicted. Why does Hanky want Karen convicted? Well, I'm wondering. I mean, it's just a thought. I'm wondering, does Hanky get a bonus if she gets convicted? And the other reason she needs to get convicted is because there is this little constitutional law that's called an 1883. Basically, this says you can sue local law enforcement and agencies, which would be the DA's office, not on the Fed, but on the state side. You can sue these entities. And I'm not a lawyer, but you can, oh, wait, hello. How many do I have? Hello, and thank you. Thank you. Let me see. I have 10 followers. I don't have any subscribers over there. So I don't have any subscribers, but I've got followers. I got followers. So thank you so much. And here's a little angel emoji for all of you. Thank you. There you go. So, okay. So thank you for giving me that little heads up. Now, that's okay. That's okay. Listen, I'm getting used to Kick too. But okay. So I'm coming back here. So we are talking about let me see. I think I need to catch up with something here. Or maybe not. All right, here we are. Danke. Dein Sau. Okay. Danke. So there we are, my darlings. Thank you, Zen Jen. Thank you. But if she's convicted, she can't sue under that. Now, if she is convicted on a lesser charge of the OUI, there still is a possibility. But she can't do the suing, as far as I know, until if there is a sentence, she has to complete the sentence. It may be a little harder if she gets the OUI, but she's still going to do it. Will she still appeal? An appellate on the OUI could probably cost anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000. Possibly. Will she do it? Heck yeah. She spent, what's 50,000 compared to 1 million? So she would be ready for any type of appeal. I'm sure she would. But believe me, you're going to see this time of rest for her to get what I say, her mind right, which means this poor lady has not had a moment to mourn. She's not had a moment to digest everything. She's living in a parallel world. There we are. So that's what is facing. But I'm going to tell you something. They're very nervous because at this point, see, the feds are already tippy-toeing around that area anyhow because of Sandra Birchmore. And believe me, they're watching Meatball. Don't tell me that they're not. They're watching. And the fact that they have no, I don't think she got paid she could not take any pay on the interviews, as far as I know, and from what I've heard. So, the idea, my darlings, is that she needs to get this not guilty, period. Not guilty. So, here's what I want to concentrate on. It's 9:34. It's 9:34. Do you know where your cards are? All right, here we are. No pay on the interviews. Yeah. Ribeye. Vinny says for the jury, there are 5 guilty choices associated with the card, but only 1 choice for not guilty. And he says it doesn't seem right, but it is mass law. It is, which seems way out there. Here we go. Oh, believe me, you can't tell me that the ATF is not watching Higgy. They don't like this sort of thing when one of their own is being accused of something. Hello. And placed at the scene, suspicious activity, oh heck, and wanting his interview with our good friends, the 3 Initials organization, at his lawyer's office. Now, here we are. I'm with you, Amy. That's what I want. That's what I want. All right. So now, good morning. We are wanting information of the jury. We are wanting how things are happening. These are House of Zelda cards. For those of you who now have these on their way to you, Ginger, Gentle. The cards, well, let me say it this way. You don't choose the cards choose you. Someone just asked me that on a text. There you go. No tips are required. But I'm very grateful when you all do. Because it helps me with DoorDash. And someone sent me a DoorDash credit. I have no clue. I'm behind the times. All right, here we are. Shuffling. Y'all can hear me shuffle. Welcome, welcome. You'll see it before me. Off the top. Haunted by the past. Oh, this is such a welcoming card. And this is not for the jury, but the jury is looking at these people thinking, how could this happen? It could be one of us. Haunted by the past. Sebastian Rogers is a very sad case. And I've been to that area of Hendersonville, and it is kind of desolate and very hilly. There are caves, and you have to be careful in the mountains of Tennessee, because you could be walking and all of a sudden step into a cavern and nobody else will ever find you again. So that's pretty bad. A woman. Okay, so they are definitely thinking about Karen. I mean, that's a given. You don't have to be a psychic for that. No, I don't think any of the kids are going to crack. Their family. Help is coming from the cosmic unknown. So here's what's going on. They see Karen. She is haunted by this past because she didn't do it. They see her innocent. But help, they're getting help from the cosmic unknown. That means there is a divine power over this case, over the jury. We're going to have the faith. We're going to keep the faith in them. I like the way, thanks, Louise. I like the way that the jury called her Karen. Me too. Me too. There you go, V. There you go. I sometimes haunt the casino in Cherokee, North Carolina. Karen has truly been punished enough. She doesn't deserve a guilty verdict for OUI. Well, she doesn't. But again, I'm just going to tell you, it was basically splitting hairs, and I don't like to read on what ifs. I'm not a speculation reader. What would have happened? I just thought, well, first of all, I have read on what would have happened if Karen went into the house. She probably would have been harmed. That's the thing. I still believe the reason that Jen was looking out the window was not to see if she left, but I believe the event had already happened, and I think that it was to see if she was coming in, because that's what they were scared of. See, they're scared. This is why they're coming out so hard at her. That's why they're coming out so hard at her, my darlings. And the reason being, thank you for the Cash App, Amanda. Bless you, my darling. There you go. Thank you. But the reason, Jawbone Jen, the reason that they're coming out so hard is because they have something to hide. And Karen is a threat. Because they know that Karen knows. They know that Karen knows. They know that Karen knows. Sorry, I've disappeared. I'm back again. I wanted my Cartomancy. I have a tarot out here, but I want the Cartomancy. That's why they were afraid that she would be coming in, because they know Karen. She would have ran right out of the house and blowed the whistle. But if she did blow the whistle, would they have covered it up? Look at Sandra. Oh. Don't know if you heard that, but the cards have gone everywhere. And let me read to you what has turned over. There's one turned up, and there's one that is turned over. This one turned up. This joker is the main joker. There's two jokers. Some decks have four jokers, but this is the main joker. It is a card that basically says, there is so many deep, dark secrets. And see, we're talking about that right now. Deep, dark secrets that some of us may not ever even know. We've got hints, but we just may not even know. There's a lot of movement here. Now, there is a card sticking up, and I can't see it. It's stuck in my keyboard. We should get here. Here, I'll show you. See how that landed? It's stuck in my keyboard. Let me see what it is. The one thing I like about the Cartomancy deck, for me, it's not so there's not reverse. I mean, you could put a dot at the top of the card, and you could do it that way. Ah, wow. Okay, so here is this card. The 3 of Diamonds. Diamonds, my darling, are communication. They're air elements. They're also their business, and they are legal. This is not only an education card, but it is a card that changes the situation. This is a card that changes the situation. This card did want the attention. You see, this is what I am, a cartomancer. That's when you hear me give my greeting to the Germans and all those who live there within. A cartontanta is what is called a card aunt. It means a card reader, auntie, an auntie card reader, a card aunt. Cartomancy is a big thing in Europe. And that's what I learned first. Don't know if you know this, but the tarot actually came from the Cartomancy deck. So it's very, very interesting, the Cartomancy deck. 52 cards, 52 weeks in a year, 4 suits, 4 elements, 4 weeks in a month. There's all kinds of different little correlations. Started out as a game. Somebody said, oh, see, in Germany, this is considered to be, I've got a shadow here. It doesn't look good. In Germany, this is considered to be what they call the game of life. They used to play this as the game of life. So this basically is not only an education, but it is changing the situation. Now, this is a positive card, so we're not going to go down that rabbit hole and say, oh, changing the situation. Oh, no, it's going to be bad. No, as you know, I am a positive thinker. So we're going to take some more out here. Okay, good morning, Purple Ninja. Good morning, good morning. TJ Bits, thank you so much. If you want to learn the Cartomancy in the psychic shop, I'll put that banner up here. At the psychic shop, I have written a Cartomancy guide and a tarot guide. They are very comprehensive. They talk about layouts, usually every day, every other day. Let me show you this. Where is it? Oh, it's behind me, and I don't want to pull down my green screen. I have a notebook of where I figure out different card layouts for if there's a yes or no, or if there's, and I want to put, thank you so much, AD. Thank you. Thank you. I want to put some, that link is in the chat, AD. Just put in the chat on True Oracle. But I want to put together just a basic book of layouts is what I want, is what I'm putting together now. Like, what is a yes or no answer? You can lay out 3 cards. My thing is this. I have worked on psychic lines for a very long time. And you have to learn how to get when somebody calls you, time is money for them. They're paying by the minute. So you can't sit here and say, okay, because I don't read on the psychic line like I do on the videos that you see. It has to be quick because I don't want to make these people upset. So the idea is that you do something quick. I lay out 3 to 5 cards, and 3 to 5 cards will tell me the situation. Boom, just like that. Cartomancy, I will admit I am a better Cartomancy reader, but I am still a good, in my opinion, tarot reader, but I learn something new every day. Let's turn over the bottom of the card deck of the. This, my darlings, is the 9 of Hearts. The 9 of Hearts, it actually should be this way because I turned it wrong. It should be this way. I'm going to tell you why in a minute. This is the best card in the Cartomancy deck. It's the yes card. The jury will be finding her not guilty. If she has to take an OUI, okay, just so she doesn't have to go mess around with this other stuff. We're focusing on Karen Freed. Karen Freed. The 9 of Hearts is the yes card. The dream come true, the wish fulfilled, the goal attained. There we go. Very, very good. Now, I'm going to lay out 3 cards. Karen Freed today. I'm going to spell Karen Freed. I did see Microdots spell it like that too. Do Karen Reed, put the F in front of the Reed. Karen Freed. All right. So I'm going to lay out 3 cards. I should have connected my phone, but I'm not going to today. Hold on a minute, my darlings. Hold on. And thank you to whomever sent me an anonymous Venmo. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. All right, here we are. The 7 and the 3 of Hearts. 7 of Hearts, 3 of Hearts. 7 of Hearts is a very fulfilling card. It's a fulfillment. The 3 of Hearts is a brand new beginning. They know. They know. The jury knows, and they're going to be very careful because, first of all, they're not going to put this lady away. They've already, that's a given. Not guilty is off the table. Sorry, Commonwealth, you lose. Guilty is off the table. I misspoke. Guilty is off the table. Losers. That's why you see them. That's why you see Bev looking pretty peaked, carrying the Samsonite under her arms. Lunch, we'll see a little bit of makeup and some lipstick happening. She needs to put a little toner on that hair. I'm sorry. It's the petty. Pardon me. The petty psychic. Sorry. The Seven of Hearts is all about contentment. The three, I'm just looking at these cards, getting the vibe, because this Three of Hearts is all about happy family situation, a new beginning, the birth of a new beginning. Let my people go. Let this poor, I say girl, I don't mean disrespect. Let this young lady go. She has the rest of her life ahead of her. And I hope that she gives you the sign while walking out of the courthouse. She won't. Because, she's not going to give this Commonwealth another excuse. But I can tell you what, she's going to head out of Dodge. There's going to be people that want to sniff around and see where she is. I believe the authorities already know, Tina. Will the authorities know who did this to John? I believe they already know. And from what I'm understanding, this proffer thing with Higgy may have been a thing, but it isn't anymore. So any proffer, any deal, anything is off the table. I wish they would come back before lunch. I mean, like I said, look, we could DoorDash them lunch. They would be happy. Because think about it. Hello, you walk in, what's on the menu today? What do they have there? A little bagel shop that Hank goes down to every day and gets his little lunch, carries his little brown paper bag. I saw pictures, so I know what I'm talking about. Little brown paper bag. This lunch is not that fantastic, but they always say, jurors always say, you know what, we're not getting that much money, let them feed us. I don't even know what they're being paid per day, but it ain't enough. Was mich schreckt, was mich deckt, was mir zur Seite steht, was mir nicht entgeht. Four of Diamonds. Oh my goodness. This is a card for all those who say, I doubt this. I doubt this is going to happen. But this is the card of, fine, you can doubt, just wait and see. That's that card. It's a little, no worries, Captain. You go on and do what you need to do. $50 a day. They could be door dashing and make that in 2 hours. No, I'm being nasty. They can't help it. It's not enough. It's not enough. $50 a day is not enough. That's a lot of pressure. Here's $50 a day. You decide the fate of this person who did not do this unaliving. You here, hello. Here, take it. I got a funny story to tell you. But this card, this Four of Diamonds, remember the Four of Diamonds. It is 9:57. We're going to cut the card reading in 3 minutes. 450. I just heard a growl. And somebody's got a and no cats are in this. Somebody's got a chainsaw outside. I feel like I'm in a B horror movie. Okay. So this is the card of wait and see. Don't act in anger. Don't act in haste. Don't act in don't jump. Look, these cards are pretty well used. I got a funny story about. We'll pick up the cards again. I got a couple of funny stories. Look, 10 of hearts on the bottom of the deck. We got 2 minutes. 10 hearts. Happy home. Brand new beginning. This is the same as the 10 of cups in the tarot. A celebration of home. Sending love to you, Karen. Oh, hello. If I can get my fingers to move this morning. I took my nails off. I had to give it a break for a minute. You know, I'm doing the old baton twirler thing, the majorette thing. This is, my dear friends, you keep your fingers nimble by doing the finger exercises. That's what you do. I never made the majorette squad. I was a cheerleader. I was in flag corps and I taught flag corps at the local high schools. But I always wanted to be a majorette. Now I'm thinking, oh, well, I didn't miss anything. My life is still great. So there we are. So do this. They said it was juror number 2. I don't know. Yeah, that's why they're asking the questions, Crystal. That's why they're asking the questions, because they don't want, I mean, what these law tubers are doing, they're giving the explanation as to the mass law and how you have to be so careful with these verdict slips. That's why, I mean, the jury knows that. They wouldn't ask questions if they didn't know that. So there we are. Yeah. So there you are. So, okay. Andrea, you go, girl. I bet I could teach you to twirl fire. Hey, listen. I'm down. I'm down because you know what? I have always done those. Now, my hands are looking older these days, and I do have a little thing there that I had to take care of. But I'm going to tell you what, my darlings. You do that, and your hands and your fingers are going to feel fantastic. Keep moving. Joints are made to move. Did you know that? Same thing with your toes. I mean, obviously you can't do that with your toes. But did you all do batons? Oh my God, I did flags. I'll tell you what, people loved me when I taught flag corps at the high schools, because you know what the big songs were? Free your mind and the rest will follow. Flags flying. Yeah, baby. If we're going to put on a show, put on a show. That's what it's all about. Entertain. You don't want to just do hello, hello, free your mind and the rest. Oh, no, honey. Free your mind and the rest will follow. Some of the parents didn't like it, but look, I never let the girls dress scantily. That's not what it's about. Flag. Woo! There you go. Now, back to the future. I got a funny story to tell you. The Italian side. Now, the German side is my dad. The Italian side is my grandmother. And then my grandfather was the Irishman and a little bit of Italian. I got stories. We would go, and the area that I am from in Ohio is rich with the Sopranos. And there was a man whose name was Tony Soprano, who was the clerk of court in my area, who was absolutely the best person in the whole bloody world. Seriously. The judges would come to him for advice. He was that good. He knew everybody. He would walk the halls of the courthouse. I mean, and he was older too. He was one of these old studs. You know what I mean? It was a command of air that he had. Everybody just loved him. Well, some of them were related to my family. And on my grandmother's side, there was a cousin from a few years back from that who used to run around with Al Capone. When he ran liquor from New York through Ohio, they used to call the area that I was from Little Italy. And they would run it over and take it into Illinois and Chicago. So, yeah, it's juror 2 is what I'm hearing. Okay, so we're gonna tell this stuff. Yep, there you go, Crystal. That's right, Steubenville, all that, right. So, anyway, my family, all Italians, we would have, and I was very young. I was little, but it was, if you ever watched Goodfellas, it was just like that. The women would pair on one side and the men would pair on the other. And one of the aunts would sit there, and she would keep looking over at my uncle, and they would be over in the corner, and they would be laughing and cowing and everything, and all the women would be sitting there and saying, "Aren't they disgusting? I hate them." It is so hilarious. It is just so hilarious. They would be sitting there, and my aunt would get up, and because believe me, it was just seriously like that. And my grandmother was just, she was the prim and proper girl. Serious. She did not like it at all. Oh, no. We're not doing that today. She didn't like this at all. So, funny enough, my aunt would keep looking over at my uncle. She'd go over there just real easy. She would go over there and she would just like sit at the table next, and this would be outside, like on picnic tables. So she would be she would kind of mosey over there. You know what the word mosey means. Mosey over there, nonchalant. She would just sit there and listen. My uncle would reach into his pocket, pull out his billfold, what they used to call not a wallet, it was a billfold, pull out his billfold and hand my aunt a $50 bill and say, "Here's $50. Go get lost." So my aunt would take it, she would fold it up, she would put it in her brassiere, and she would say, "Thank you." And she would walk over. For some reason, they had those little voices. Weren't from New York, but they had those little voices anyway. They talked like this, and not Italiano either. So she would say, "Thank you." Put it in, she'd come on over. And she'd listen to the women, and all the women would be sitting there. They would be saying, "These guys are just so disgusting. I can't stand these guys. These guys are so disgusting." The next thing you know, my aunt would get up. She'd go fix a plate of, her favorite was potato salad and baked beans, and she would kind of mix them together. She said she liked it that way. So she would walk over there. She would sit there a little bit. My uncle would reach real slowly into his pocket. He'd pull out his wallet and he flipped out a little $50 bill and he'd hand it to her and he said, "Here's another 50. I told you to get lost." She rolled it up, put it over. So this happened like 3 or 4 times. Finally, she came back to the table with my grandmother and the other aunts. And they said, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? That just, stay over here. And she's like, "Are you kidding? I've made $150 today." And the women just cowed and laughed. I will never forget that. So that's kind of that. Every time somebody says $50, here's $50, go get lost. That just cracks me up. There you go. Petra, you are speaking very good German. Are your ancestors from Germany? I am half Czech, half Dutch. Thank you so much. Yes. My family is from Bremen, Rehfeld, and Dusseldorf. So, but my pedigree is from Görlitz. So I don't know if you know where Görlitz is, but that's my pedigree. Ich bin eine Lady Zelda von Görlitz. So yes, Petra, thank you so much, my darling. I do not get to speak it as often anymore, but I do have family still over there in Rehfeld and Bremen. Bremen mit the spitze Knie. And I not too many Germans around. I've tried to teach my son a little bit. We, Danke, willkommen, bitte, all that. But I hardly have anyone to speak to. So there we go. But thank you for that encouragement, because I've always said, mein Deutsch ist Klaviklospulia. So thank you. If you understand that, I know you understand. So anyway, there you go, my darlings. So it is 10:10. 10:10. Strawberry shortcake. You blessed little angel. I was out of the courthouse yesterday. Boots on the ground, strawberry. Look at how beautiful. From 12 to 4, and there wasn't a bird in sight. But at about 3:30, a large lone black crow flew past the courthouse. Excuse me, one moment. Excuse me. Thank you. Did he look anything like this? Look, Sam bit his toe off. I can't find his toe. This poor leg has been operated on so many times, and he has another toe that has been, so he's been in the rehab. But we're sending energy through a sigil to the courthouse. And I guess it made it. So there you go, everyone. There you go. So the energy made it to the court. And you can depend on our little friends to deliver frequency and vibration. That's what happens. So don't underestimate the power of sending good vibration. Don't be freaked out by the crows and by the ravens, because my darlings, crows and ravens are very intelligent. They not only can speak, but they will leave you gifts. I had a client one time. I did a little video on this. I did a client one time who kept hearing her name come from a wooded area where they lived. They just moved into this house and they lived in this area and she kept hearing her name. Then she thought she was going bonkers, and then her husband kept hearing it. They finally found out that it was one of these little fellows that was calling her name, had heard her name several times, and he would call her. Let me see. We've got a beautiful little message here from Petra. So thank you very much, Strawberry Shortcake, for that beautiful gesture. I appreciate you. And that is confirmation, and should be confirmation to all, that this sigil, the energy is making it to Dedham and to the court. These little guys can send word to the bird community to stay away. But here's what I want you to do. When the judge comes out and Hank, have them all go over and poop on them. Thank you. Yes, Petra says, yes, I know North Germany. My husband came from Germany. Big hugs and kisses. Me from Apeldoorn. 1 hour from Germany. Oh, thank you for that. Makes me miss my family. Makes me miss my family. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kathy Rousson posted an updated jury slip with number 2 amended. I don't know. It makes sense. I think the jury will figure it out. I feel good. Listen, this jury is not going to go back and say, oh, well, let's just mark something off and call it a day. They are taking this very serious. You know why? Because Turtle Boy especially, Jess Machado, some of these other people will call these jurors out. When it's over, he will call them out and he will say, why didn't you do this? What did you do? Why did you do this? What did happen? And they don't want this. They don't want that responsibility. Now, is that a bad thing? I certainly wouldn't do it, but that's what's going through their minds. Petra says, but now I live 5 years in Czech Republic. I wish I could come over and see the clock at Prague. I want to see that so bad. I love it. Larry Foreman said that you're the jury. I see that you're. No, I'm not dressed up today. I'm in my usual black. Looking, a guy I dated one time told me that he did not like going out to me because he felt like he was going to a funeral every day. Well, guess where he is now? So he's gone. Not under the ground. He just went away at my bidding. But that's ridiculous. John Mike, I learned crows when they land on your porch facing you, it gives you a warning. If he faces out, it's protection. Is that true? Yes. Yes, it does. A crow or a raven can come to you and bring you. I've had crows and ravens come to me and bring me little gifts and they'll leave pennies, they'll leave all kinds of different things. If you put little food out for them, there used to be, when I lived in Tennessee, there used to be a big crow. He was big and fat. He was beautiful. A big crow come and he would sit on my deck. And he would sit facing outward and he would just be looking around. And I would say, Mr. Crow, are you okay today? And he'd turn around and he'd ruffle. And so I knew he was okay. Can you post the sigil in the corner again? I'll be glad to do that. I'll be glad to do that. There we are. There we are. There's the sigil in the corner. I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to miss you when this is over. But I've got lots of work to do. And I know you do too. Everybody on the psychic line, thank you so much. Everybody on the psychic line that called me last night are like, oh my gosh, you are back. One was crying and said, I just thought you left me. No. I keep telling you to come over to YouTube and watch, but hello. There we go. Let me see here. Hold on. I'm texting the captain. She'll be back shortly. So, good morning. Hiya. How are you, my darling? Good to see you as well. I'm sure we will meet either in Germany one day. I would love to meet you, Petra. That would be wonderful. Have you been to Bremen? I would love to go to Bremen. I am wearing my last pink shirt today. Well, I wore my Free Karen Reed shirt yesterday, and I was cold. So I have the black sweatshirt on again. And because it's in almost 80 degrees, but it's humid and there's a lot of pollen. So I've got the air on. And it's hello, we're hanging meat here. So there we are. Thank you so much. And I think what I'll do is I will put these sigils, make them available on t-shirts for all of you. You'll know what they are, and they're kind of like a seal of protection. How do I feel about owls? I think owls are absolutely wonderful spirit animals. They can actually warn you of an impending unaliving, like someone passing away. But I think they're wonderful. I'm Italian and German, live in northern Kentucky. Nice. Nice. Oh, Zelda, we're going to show up anywhere. Thank you so much, my darling. Hi is giving hope and strength today. By the way, my grandmother could take fire out of a burn. Love your grandmother. I'm going to get another reading with you soon. Okay, Louise, my darling. Sammy is in her window, in her spot. I've made sure there's a cushion underneath and not clear on the floor, but like halfway. There's a little, I don't know what you call it, futon type thing that is there. And so she's in her window. The sun is now starting to come through. So you see the reflection on me. The sun is coming through. The sun will come out tomorrow. And so we'll see. She was sleeping so hard. She always starts with her little head up. And I notice that all of a sudden the little head drops. And she sleeps flat on the sill, and then she'll snore. The head is almost down. She'll start snoring, and then boom, she goes off. And then she'll look over and give me a stinky eye like, did you do that to me? She's a girl, I'm telling you. Petty girl. Petty. You see that missing toe right there? She hates Poe. And see this leg? She has attacked this poor guy. He's been in surgery for quite some time, but I'm going to leave him right here. He's been in rehab. I'm going to leave him here on my desk. So that way. Zen Jen says, Zelda, I wear black every day. I do too, whether it's summer or, I might wear a little color accessory, like hello, my earrings. I'm wearing a smaller hoop today. And I dropped a bead off the earring. So I was running late, so I'm going to have to look for that in my bedroom. But it's there. It didn't bounce into the cosmic unknown. So there you go. Ellen, some moron on saying the defense is paying for protesters outside. Ironically, if anyone get paid. Yeah, right. I don't think they're protesters. I mean, I think that they're supporters. See, people are so ugly. Sometimes the human race can be a disgrace. That's why I like living on my own. That's why I don't want neighbors around me. Hello. You know, it's going to take a minute for somebody to climb up the hill to my castle, and by the time that happens, I'll know that they're there and I don't have to go to the door. So there you are. Hooty hoot, hooty hoot. Thank you, V. I'll still be around. I'll be around. I keep hitting this one thing. I'll be around. There you go. We're going to check in on other cases. Yes, we will. And I'll tell you what, this Brian Kohlberger. So we're definitely August. We have a date, August 11th for the Kohlberger. The crows loved it. Oh yeah. Let me see. I just sent you the amended slip. Let me open. Let me open. Thank you so much. Let me. I'm downloading this now, so we'll take a look at it. Thanks a lot, AD, my darling. She's on it. I'm telling you, she's on it. All right, so let me see here, and we'll read this amended slip. And I've got the fan going. There we go. Red cardinals. They are very territorial, and sometimes they can be very mean. They are petty. And I don't know if you've ever seen a blue jay and a cardinal get into it, but that is something I don't want to get in the middle of. Both of them. I have owls and hawks in the back of my apartment. The only time I worry is about, thank you, Haya. Thank you, thank you. I've got another one that is very pretty. I'll put that up in a minute. But Annie, thank you so much. Please, I love having you around. Thank you, thank you. Fold ya. I don't know why that happens. It just went. Blue, blue, blue moon. There we go. Hi there, Bat Cape and Crone. Oh, look how beautiful you are. How would I get a reading with you? I've had a few terrible losses in the past year, and I would love to know why. And if I ever have a future that is worth this pain. Absolutely, you have a future. Absolutely. You may get a reading with me. Here, I'm going to do this. You can get a reading with me and what I will do is you can get a video reading with me. And right there is the address. Also, that is in the link is in the description. That way you can have it forever and ever and ever. So trueoracle.com/video reading. Then, when I'll do a card reading on camera, and then all you have to do is keep the reading and go over it and over it. You can have 1 question, 2 questions, 3 questions. It's up to you. And there you are, my darlings. No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me get back to these questions. Sometimes with StreamYard, the camera just, bloop. There she went. There she went. I forget what we're going to do. But we may have a verdict this morning. Oh, I better put up these things. Oh, I was going to read the jury slip. Hello. There we are. So I'm going to remove that from the stage. Let me pull up these jury slips. The renewed juries. I'm here. I'm doing it. I'm a good. All right. Here's the first one. We'll read it. Oh, yikes. I don't know if I can see that or not. Let me pull it up. Okay. So this says, of course, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, offense 2, blah, 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 circuit 2, we know all that. Okay. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. See, they're not going to go with that, so we don't have to worry. Anyway, what this says is the first line says, in the above entitled case, we, the jury, say the defendant is, number one, says not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included charge, or offense, pardon me. Then in brackets, it says, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop, and sign the verdict slip. Then the number two is guilty of the offense charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following. And then the sub-subject is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. See that? Now, in brackets, if you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below. So it says, if you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below. See, that's the confusing part. You've got not guilty up here and stop and sign everything. But then you come down and it's like, well, if you don't find her on not guilty on number 2, here, we want you to find her guilty on number 3, which is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. So the next page, my darlings, is this. Let me get that for you. I'll put that up here. You may or may not be able to see it. My apologies, because it is small. I can't make it any larger. You may have to squint a little. So number 4 then becomes guilty of a lesser included offense. Motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Check one or both of the following. Motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol of 0.08 or greater. In brackets, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, the felony OUI, liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. Number 5, guilty of lesser included offense, operating under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following. Operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And this is the unanimous decision of the 12 members signed this date by the foreperson. So I can see where that is confusing. Good morning to each and every one of you coming in. And they did have the same, it's not a coincidence, they had the same questions about the verdict slips. Excuse me, sir. What are we doing here? My big boy Riley is right here. Yesterday he swiped me off. Go on, Angel. It is still confusing, but I believe if you read it through thoroughly, because it says if she's not guilty, keep going. Don't fill out anything. So if they want to get her on charge number 5, they leave the rest unchecked and then do charge number 5 is how I get it. But if she's not guilty of anything, check the first box, sign it, and call it a day. So I think that's what they're going over. But what they want to do is just make sure that, they're safe. But at this point, I would just acquit her of everything. Because you see what a nasty cow that what's-her-face is. Both have problems. And that's it. Annie says the same thing. Well, they just need to check number 5 if they felt she's guilty of OUI. That's right. That's it. Just check number 5 if she's guilty. If they have any questions, they can ask the foreman. That's it. That's it. But at this point, see, this is Massachusetts, my friends. I've looked at other jury slips for Massachusetts, a big case, and they are just as confusing and just as ridiculous. Robin says the same thing as I feel, and all of us do too. I think they obviously know what happened in the first trial, and they don't want this happening again. Agreed. Don't know if you can see this big man sitting on my lap. His head. I'm going to hold him up. He won't let me hold him long. Look at this guy. This guy is a monster. This is Riley. He lives the life of Riley. This is my big man. 3.5 years, no one was harmed, no property was damaged. Let it go. No DUI. That's right. And where is I think if I were on the jury, I would be saying, is there a police report for the OUI and evidence? No. Just like yesterday, they said the times that they were asking, well, is it the OUI for 12:45 a.m. or is it an OUI for 5 a.m.? Well, she wasn't driving at 5 a.m. Hello. So it would have had to be for, I would be saying, well, is the police report in evidence? No. See, the times were not even in an indictment. I hear him purring, Mommy's big man. Listen, Riley is my big baby. So there's no police report. It's not in the indictment. It's an easy fix. That's the fix that's in. It's an easy fix. Quite frankly, I get tired of hearing the fix is in because I am not a believer that there's never a fix in except for when it's negative and when it's evil. And you can't fix evil. Evil is evil. And she wasn't driving at 12:45. That's right, Annie. She wasn't driving at 12:45 or 5 a.m. Oh, that's right, because she hooked on to the to the Wi-Fi at John's before 12:45 a.m. So it's pretty clear. I think She was already off-road, right? Florida fan, she's already. See, they need us on the jury. Done. Done. But here's the thing, okay? We're not going to be upset. I appreciate the fact that they are looking into this. This is telling me that they are diligent. That's what we need. Haya says, I agree with you can't fix evil. So there's, yeah. The truth always prevails. The truth will come out. It's coming out now. And just wait, my darlings. Oh, my goodness. Just wait. Just wait. Hello. Just wait. The fix will be in for the Commonwealth and for the police. Just wait. That's right, Karen. She was never charged with a DUI. And if this clip of tape, then they should get, then all should get charged with DUI. That's right. That's right. If they're going to charge one who hasn't been charged with DUI, I know. I just know enough to know that I don't know enough at this point. It is so confusing. But they put a very good case on. Kathy says, I hope the truth comes out, but I am cynical at 70. My darling, I'm right behind you. You know, that like I say, the human race is a disgrace in many, many things. I could just live with this thing on my lap right now that you see. He can't get up on the table because he's too big. Just so you know. Let's show him again, Riley. Let's show him again, Riley. This guy never misses a meal. Look at this. Just like his mama. Look at this. There we are. Plus her Lexus proved she was driving safely. That is why I would vote. You're right, hippie chick. You're right. And they still do know where their last drink was. Right. I know what you're saying. I know. I know. At this point, I would just do not guilty for all three. Call it a day. Because I think, I don't like to say the fix is in. The fix is in. I think it's more bias, corruption. Let's call it as it is. Bias and corruption. And watch some people start retiring, just like Helena Rafferty. And Meatball Morrissey knows that his time is now limited. There's an election coming up in 26. Do you think that it's going to last that long? They can actually vote him out. I mean, he's not going to go for another term. It's over for many of these people and their towny, their small town terror that they put on people. I know Riley. I know him, mommy's man. He don't like it. See, that's it, Robin. I couldn't be a lawyer in Mass. I'd get disbarred for screaming at corrupt people. That's why I won't go up there. I've been invited up there. I won't go up there. Because you'd have to have a GoFundMe. They would just, here, Zelda, you want to talk about key? Here, we'll put you in behind bars and we'll toss the key, pal. You ain't getting out for a long time. Morrissey is out, absolutely. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Gramere Riley is the biggest baby. Him, big baby. He's the biggest of all. And his mama is Sammy. I don't know how that happened. He was so little when he was a baby. He lost his sister they played together all the time. And she got sick, and one morning I went in and she'd gone. And he was sitting there by her, and at that time they were Hansel and Gretel. But now I took him and I said, "Oh no, Putty, you're going to be living the life of Riley." And guess what? That Riley stuck. So the life of Riley, this is him. He's looking at my son. So then Sammy was not a good mother. I could have turned her into the authorities at any moment. I had to really be, on her about being nice. She was not a mothering type. And so I noticed that he was not weak, and he would go over to the water bowl and he was drinking a lot. And finally I looked in his little mouth and it was all white. And I knew that he was not drinking. And holy mackerel, I started feeding him raw hamburger for a little while, the good stuff. And I don't know what was in that hamburger, but hello. So now he sits by me, and the funny thing is, one night I was playing one of my own videos, and sometimes I watch my own videos just to get, to think, oh, I should do that. Oh gosh, I don't, maybe I should do this. Maybe I shouldn't do that. That kind of thing. And he heard me, and he would look at my phone and he would look up at me like, wait a minute. You're talking, but you're not talking. And he would look and he would look back at me. It was funny. These guys are smarter than can be. But let me get out the vacuum, and this guy hides. Paranormal PD Pink Nose will stand on my desk and want me to take I have a desk vacuum that's not harsh. And he'll want me to vacuum him. So I'll vacuum PD. And he stands there and smiles. So they're also different personalities. So there we are. TJ just finished dishes while listening. Ready for Not Guilty. Thank you so much. Listen, I'm ready too. There you go, Annie. There you go. We'll be at lunch in another little bit yet. We'll be at lunch very soon. I love the curve of his ears. Thank you. He's got a little knot on his ear that the vet said, Dad, don't worry about it. It's one of those things. Just don't worry about it. And I'm not going to put him under any, just, it doesn't bother him. He's okay. He's a big man. Look at this. And a big baby. He's my baby. John Mike says, we had a small black cat for 18 years. Would be sitting in the middle of the bed in the morning when I woke up, just looking at me. I miss her. Oh, I know. You miss that kind of company that they bring. You miss the company. My cat loves to be rolled with a lint roller, right, honey? Oh my gosh, bless you. AD says we are at 17 hours now. Thank you so much. Maybe let me see what's on Court TV. Let me see. They're on a break. Maybe we can look at them and see. Boy, their chat is going a million miles an hour. Let me take this one off, and I'll put the Court TV on. Maybe they've got something that we can enjoy ourselves with here. Be right back. Thanks for the warning. All right, maybe they've got some outside stuff here. There we go. We'll see what's cooking, my darlings. We'll see what's cooking. Amy says, okay, jury, if you don't understand the rest of the answers, Bev will not answer your questions. Just check not guilty and don't check the rest and sign it so y'all can go home and get a life, right? Get that done so you can just go out to the International House of Pancakes. That's what it's all about. And there we are. Ellen says 2 people have already announced they are running for DA. I look forward to voting for someone else. Give me a second, my darlings. I'll be had to do a little greeting. Oh, here we are.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. We're on a verdict watch in the case against defendant Karen Reed. We're looking live at the courtroom and the lovely white fan on the ceiling, meaning no movement. The jury's still in the deliberation room. They're out for officially 17 hours, 6 minutes, and counting over a period of 4 days' time. Will today be the day that this case comes to a close? Let's bring back in the former head of the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, Rick Grundy, and the head of the anchors here at Court TV, Vinnie Politan, on the ground there outside of the courthouse. So before we conclude the hour, and of course our coverage continues all day long, I want to get some predictions here as to what we think is going to happen. And if you're at home and want to share with us your prediction on social media, please do that. We've got the hashtag Court TV Read Verdict.
I can't stand Julie, but I want to see Vinnie.
If you had to guess, what do we think will happen today? Vinnie, to you first, please.
I think after lunch at some point, mid to late afternoon, we'll hear from the jury. What we hear from the jury, I don't know. I'm not in there. But I think we will hear from them. I think there is a level of commitment. They know that this is a retrial. They know because of the testimony during the course of the trial. Usually you don't want them to know, but this jury knows. And I think they will let their voice be heard where they are, whether it's a deadlock or they've reached a verdict on 1 or more counts. I believe they will communicate that to the court
Vinnie, my darlings,
by late this afternoon. It could be at any point today, but I think today's the day. If I had to, guess at a time, I'm just going historically the way it's gone for many, many years at Court TV. It's after lunch. But if it's before lunch, it's usually that 11 o'clock hour.
I'm with you. I think after the lunch break is when we may hear something. Rick Grundy, we want your prediction. What do you think will happen, if anything, today?
Well, my predictions on this second trial have been bad from the start. When I predicted that Attorney Jackson would shave his Satan's beard before the trial started, but it's a tough one. I agree with most of what Vinnie said. Love you, Vinnie. If we get to noon without a verdict, I think we can safely say it wasn't a matter of let's sleep on it, and that means they're still struggling. You have some Friday effect potentially here because tomorrow's another day off. But I think, again, I hearken what Vinnie said, that we will hear from them either with a verdict or with a we are getting to the point or believe we are deadlocked before the end of the day.
So you both agree we're going to hear
Julie,
something.
if I could just jump in.
Sure.
I want to just a quick story. So the first trial I covered at this courthouse was Rick's trial. He was the prosecutor. Amazing job. Early days of DNA.
Oh.
Yes. Early days of DNA.
Wow.
That jury, we knew exactly when the verdict was going to be delivered by that jury, because all week long they deliberated and they were dressed like normal people. Friday they show up and they're dressed to the T's and they pose for a picture on the back steps of the courthouse before they go in. And we looked at each other and said, yeah, I think today's the day.
Today's verdict day. Oh, well.
And it was a guilty verdict, of course.
Rick tried a great case, I'm sure. Boy, I wish I could have seen Rick in action. Rick, do you remember the case that he's talking about?
I remember it very well.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, I love that story.
Available on demand. Available on demand on CourtTV.com. Massachusetts versus
Okay, enough
Dirk
is enough.
Greinader for free.
That
There
was
you
not,
go. Something to binge watch. Rick Grundy. That is so cool. Did you two meet back then? I'm curious. Did you have any interaction?
no. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't take any more. No. Satan's beard. Pal, I see that runway of head you got on the top of you there. Petey, no. He's being ugly because my son wouldn't take him in the room. So he came over, was scratching on my desk. So at least we are 17 hours in. 17 hours in. Yeah, I do not like them at all. I really just wanted to see. I saw Vinny, and then I saw the clock, and AD's been giving us the clock. Did they not pay attention? No wonder Vinny's wife left him. And how? Did they not pay attention to the expert findings? No. So you see how that is. I hate Court TV. Giver, takers, fixers, breakers. Who you are shows up when there's an issue like this. That's right. Absolutely. Elizabeth says, now, I don't know if you can hear all this going on in the background. PD is causing a ruckus because my son went into his room and did not take PD with him because PD is his sidekick. He has this little cat something that is attached to the side of his desk. Yes, we are cat people. And PD will go in there and sit while my son is playing and doing his work. And my son left him out in the hall, and PD has been scratching at the door, making uglies, blah, blah, blah. So there we are. PD Pink Nose. My son saw me watching closing arguments. He looked up and a pic of John's arm, and he said, he didn't get hit by a car. Those are big scratches, moving his arm like an animal. A 6-year-old could figure that out. Got a smart son. Got a smart son. I do too, Haya. Look, Haya's got the sigil of as her profile pic. How cool is that? How cool is that? Jen says, my kitties give me the runaround and I still love them. Listen, these guys, I pay them rent. Are you kidding? They are so biased. Yes. They are. I'm going to show you another sigil that we had back in the day when I was talking about Jen, Jawbone Jen, and Jawbone Jen and the 333 and the 227. That was a very good episode. I don't know if you can go back and see it or not. I'll have to say what is the episode. I'll give it to you. But let me find that sigil for you because it's quite beautiful. This is it. So I'm thinking I will put both sigils on some clothing, t-shirts, something like that. And for all of you, if you enjoy those, you're certainly welcome. So that's another protection sigil. Okay, so let me see. Wildwood Dreaming. Hello, my darling. I just pulled a few cards, 5 of Wands, 2 of Discs, or Pentacles for those of you, and 3 of Cups. So they are taking a breath. There is still some confusion, but they will come to a resolution. Thank you very, very, very much. Very, very much. That's good. Thank you. Jen says, hi, everyone. Hi, Zelda. Just got home. Sorry I'm late. What have I missed? Well, not too much. The jury is deliberating. They're at it now over 17 hours and counting. And listen, I don't expect them. I think it's going to be after lunch. If it's before, okay. But the 18th is significant, and so will be the 23rd for some reason. Those dates still come up. Jen says, I serve my kiddies, and they expect the best service. And how? These guys eat better than I do. Thank you. But I don't give them too. I mean, this guy is big, but he's not fat. Look at this. Look how he sits there. That should tell you. That should tell you. Just sits there. Tammy says there was someone on X last night who was so incredibly nasty toward Karen, threatening her. See, get a life or rent one. That's just horrible. Well, Julie, DUI guy, Larry Foreman, was questioning her and saying, how can you be this way? And she blocked him. She blocked him on Twitter. And he told her, he said, look, you've been to law school, but you haven't even been in the courtroom. You haven't even tried the case. And she blocked him. There you go. There you go. Okay, Haya, I'll do that here later on. And we'll put these sigils out because I think they're beautiful. I've got one more I can put on there. And I want to show you this for those who missed it. We had a DNA show. And for those who've missed it, I'm going to show you the DNA. I just really love this idea if I can find it. And hello. I have 3 terabytes of storage and need more. If that tells you anything, let me see here. Oh, there is the sigil. Where is the DNA? There we go. What you're seeing right here in front of you is the makeup of a strand of DNA. This is so interesting for all of you because I just love this. You see, DNA is made up of 4 elements: hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon. Each one of them, and those are Hebrew letters, hold a Hebrew letter, which is Yod, A, Ve, He. That spells out the name of God, Yahweh. Okay? Yahweh. So each one of these, the strand in creation has the name of God in our DNA as a creator. He signed, God, you might as well look at it this way: God has signed his art in our DNA. And this is scientifically proven. So, the letters above the cross, that was YHVH, that is the name of God, Yahweh. So there you go, my darlings. I just thought that was very cool. I wanted to share it with you. So let me go back those. What letters are a bit off, my darling? I had one of my Hebrew friends write that out for me. So maybe I'm maybe if they are okay. Um, Hello, Paul Freed. Hi. Hello. Oh, we lost Ann Burrow, Food Network star. Right? I love Ann Burrow. I love her. I used to watch her all the time. I just thought she was a trailblazer. That beautiful, wonderful hair. I don't know what happened. She was only 55. Only 55. I don't know what happened. I saw that, but thanks for bringing that to our attention. I was very, very sad to hear that. Very sad. So, anyway, the Hebrew letters. Okay. I have one of my Hebrews, not a rabbi, but anyway, I mean, cause of death was not released. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Anne. Threes are very powerful from the start of my life. Born the third month, 3 in socials, 3 in sports. I participated in right. Threes are for me too. And I got to tell you, I was born in March, during March 15th, Ides of March. I was born during a Mercury retrograde in between a lunar and a solar eclipse. Hello. If you wonder what's wrong, there we go. There we go. All right, over here, ma'am. Sammy and Scooby. Sam. No more, Angel. If you invade her space, hello. I was born a full moon, have 2 3s in my birthday. And 3 is my favorite number. 3 is so important. Tesla liked 3. Listen, would you all like to go down the Tesla rabbit hole one time? Do the 369 theory. I started out laws of attraction manifesting with 369. It's something, yes, she was just recently married. 369 is something that has been taught. I mean, it is a thing. There's no disputing it. So there we go. I have my bracelet here today. This is my key bracelet. If you like these, they are in the psychic shop. And I put a key on. You have your choice of colors. You have your choice of key, brass, gold, or silver. There's a little moon there, star. This is the black and gray one. This is the black and gray. Now, I wear this, but I'm going to tell you this. I don't wear it right now because you see this little charm on the back, this little dangly charm got caught in my keyboard, and it was all I could do to just get it out. And I thought, oh, I can't do that so that's why I'm not wearing it, but I'm holding on to that energy. And the keyboard, believe me, held on to this. It took me a minute. And I was afraid I would have to take, because I have a special keyboard that lights up. Hold on, girls over here. Stop. Sorry. Sam gets, don't get in my airspace. So there we are. Thank you so much. So I have it here beside me. You can take a look over at the psychic shop if you want. I'll put it over here. You can, just check it out. There's all kinds of things over there. There's the tarot book, the clairvoyant book. I'm sorry, not the clairvoyant book. There's the rice jar book that we just made. The rice jar is so important in manifestation. And I want you to see this. See, I showed you this yesterday. You see how that is separating? And I don't move it. It's separating and money is coming out. So you know what that means? The money energy is coming out to me. Good things are happening. Over here. Oh my God. That guy. So anyway, Patty says, you guys love my palm reading. It was amazing. Also loved my life. I get the name of it, but reading it, but it was amazing. Also a lot of options. Thank you so much. Hiya, to buy a bracelet, is it the link in the description? The psychic shop is in the description. Let me get you a link to put in the description, my darlings. The psychic shop. We'll put it right in the description. And here you go. There we are, my darlings. V says, the bracelets are very awesome. I have 2 and I'm going to buy another one soon. I just bought a sweatshirt. Thank you, V. I haven't received it yet, though. That comes from a third party. So there you go. There you go, my darling. See, I'm not into that. I don't dig that. I'm sorry. Just me if anything around my throat. I said, absolutely not. No, see, I don't, don't, I mean, it is what it is, but I don't dig that type of thing. No, we need to be careful what we put in the chat too, please. Thank you so much, everyone, my darling. I love the t-shirts, but if you're going to put one of the sigils on it, I think I'll get one of those. Yes, I'm going to put one of the sigils on it. I will put one of the sigils on it for sure. I'm going to put both on them. I'll do that later. Okay, got it. Got it. Thank you. So there we go, my darlings. That's what's happening now. Let me see. The time on the clock. Give me a second, I'm checking it. The time on the clock it's over 17 hours. It's now 11:11, everyone. 11:11 a.m. Eastern. It's the same time as where the court is. So 11:11. Say that prayer. Zelda Mama couldn't communicate at the end. 4 hours before she passed, she reached out and grabbed my arm, yet was blind. I never knew what she was saying. You cleared it up 30 years later. Spot on. Gramere, thank you. Thank you. There we go. Angel number. Absolutely. It is an angel number. There you go, Karen. There you go. I was thinking about 17-hour. Thank you, AD. Thank you. Look at that. And AD put that. Look at the time. If you hover over AD's timestamp, when she put that on there, it is 11:11 a.m. So 17 hours and 30 minutes. Sue said, oh my gosh, I haven't seen the sun in 4 days. It's going to be a couple more days. The life is sucked out of. Oh, no worries, my darlings. You've got this. You got a lot of life left. A couple of more days. is going to help you. Don't worry. Embrace it. Embrace it. Ellen, I get it. Okay, I get it. I get it. All right. So thank you. That's amazing. I see 1111 often and mostly 4s after that. There you go. There's a lot of, I see 315 all the time. 315. 315. That's what it is, 315. 315. Let me take some of these. I got to take some of these tabs down because I'm getting warnings. Okay. Let me get this. Let me get back here. Let's see. Okay. Let me show you this. You're going to love this. You're going to love this. Bless you, Riley. Yes, I will be glad to, Sylvia. Just give me a second. I want to share this. Look at this. The Gillette Stadium, we wear pink. We wear pink. Free Karen Reed. They've got the pink up at Gillette Stadium. How cool is that? I love it. Bless you, Riley, my angel. And thanks for AD to send that to me. The rice jar. We do have the rice jar ebook in the shop, but this just is the rice jar is all about. Now, see, I made this a long time ago. A rice jar it absorbs. Rice is one of these where it's an attraction type thing. At some point in history, rice was like gold, like sugar, like salt. So rice, whole thing about this, a rice jar is good for manifesting. What I have done is I put a rice jar, I put a rice jar. I actually put some, I've got coins in here. I've got money in here. You can see there's a line of money and it's coming out. There we go. I've got all kinds of things in here, and I've got one of the manifestation checks in here. That's on the website too. It's free. It's not a check, but it's a check from the universe. You fill it out with yourself and you put on there how much money you want and you sign it and you put it in your manifestation jar and it's free. Go over there and take a look. But what you do, my darlings, and explains it in the ebook, is you fill this up, you set your intentions, you put in here, and this works. The first week that I did it, $800 came out of nowhere for me. First week, $800. Ever since then, there's been blessing upon blessing. It's not only money, it's things, opportunity, doors opening, all kinds of different things. Okay? So now what you do is during the moon phases, the full moon and the new moon, you can open it, you can add things. Don't take anything out. You add things. You may have to do a larger rice jar. I'm about to do a larger rice jar. And the rice jar is amazing. The rice jar, once you set the intention, like during a moon phase of a new moon or a full moon, I set it upside down on my windowsill so the rays of the moon, even if the window does not get any rays of the moon, I still set it out because we're still affected by the moon phase anyway, whether we're in house or not. Okay, pardon me. So then you set it. I keep it on my desk. I set it right here, and you look at it, and it has the intention of what it is that you want. Well, hang in there, my darlings. Hang in there. Hang in there if you've done it. You're welcome, cabbage. So hang in there, because sometimes it takes things a while to manifest. Why? Because the universe has to move some things around to make what happens for you happen. So there you are. You want to talk about weird things? Higgins' address of the house he is selling is on Peggy Lane. John's mom is Peggy. Coincidence? Don't think so. There are no coincidences, right? Right? That's kind of creepy in my book. That's kind of creepy. That's kind of creepy. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Haya. Did you say what color you want and what key you want? Thank you very much for that. Pardon me, I got a tickly. There you are. I don't do the sun tea. I don't do the sun tea. I think it ruins the flavor of the tea bags. I'm one of these that I'm very particular of the tea, and it needs to be a certain temperature of the water. I don't boil it. Never boil tea water. Never. Because it breaks down the tea leaves and you don't get the flavor. You just get kind of a musty, burned type thing. Let me put this fan back up so we can. It's 11:19. I don't think they're going to come back now, but we don't know. I'm not making that prediction. There we are. There we are. It's purple and gold. Perfect. You'll love it. You'll love it. You'll love it. Very good, my darlings. Born a Hawkeye. Hey, everyone. Hello, everyone. I've been lying on my pillow listening. It's raining outside, nice and cool for a change. Nice. Nice. Very good. Very good. Yeah, what key options do you want, my darling? Purple. If you put purple and gold, the key option would be gold. So it'd either be brass or gold or silver. So just let me know here. I'll remember. I'll remember you, my darling. I remember. You know, my question is, how are the O'Keefes going to ask when they hear a not guilty verdict? I mean, are we going to see them stomping around? Because anybody can sue anybody, but not stomping around and all this mess that they do. Remember how Paul acted the last time during the retrial, and boy, Karen doesn't put up with it. I remember she just lashed out at him, and David Yannetti was like, "Whoa, yeah, perfect, gold key. Okay, got it, my darling. Hold on a minute. Hi there." Horlago Golden 11. I'm a fellow streamer and know how tough real growth can be. I've helped others build strong. No. Sorry. We're done. We're done here. We're done. Sorry about that. No. I don't need help with that. Thank you, though. That happens. That happens. So thank you. Peggy is going to stomp around. She can't help herself and faces. I still say that Karen will get up and hug Thank you, misbehaving. She can't help herself. Karen will get up and I think still hug Mr. O'Keefe. They will be very outraged. Oh, that you know they are. You know they, and that's fear. That's fear. It's so silly and immature on their part. It certainly is. Stacy says, "Oh well, that's the way I think about it. Oh well, sorry about your luck, pal." There you go. I will send you a photo of the bracelet when I get it on Instagram. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. For all of you, go find Haya Truth Art. She's on Instagram, and she is so creative, and her art is very beautiful, very colorful, very inspiring, very beautiful. So if you get a moment and you're on Instagram, go look Haya Truth Art up. She's very talented. Patty says, "I would love it if Karen hugs Mr. O'Keefe." That's right. It annoys me when people do that. That's right. That's right, Annie. It's tough, right? Hi, Farah. To you too, my darlings. Much love. Oh, I saw them. Annie, did you see? That's why I said Paul was in the background chewing like he was chewing his cud. I don't know what he's chewing. That was funny. Chewing his cud. Equal parts? Fake. That's how they act. Peggy stopped crying the moment the jury left the room the other day, right? I'm very petty when it comes to this, and I have to really, really be cautious of what I say because I don't want people, I don't want to get the petty chat started. But boy, oh boy, I have a few words for you, Peggy, if you are watching. Florida fan, can you discuss the stories about John gaining custody of his niece and nephew and that had fight over his mom? I don't have much information over it. All I know is they were in a battle and John and his mother were not speaking at the time of John's death. Very sad. And but look how she acted on the stand. I will be petty just for just a small moment. Look how she acted on the stand. Did this look like a grieving or did this look like a smart aleck? Cocky, barfly, sardine meat. Sorry. I should not have said that. But a cocky, smart aleck who talks about her husband as, oh, how long have you been? Too long. She has a daughter who lost her life. Now John. And she's talking about her son, Paul, and says, oh, yeah, he's over there. What? Hello? This does not look like the grieving mother to me. I mean, have a little bit of decorum, lady. Then she went outside. Seriously, I had a picture of her. She went outside the courtroom that day and was flipping people off. And Paul was right behind her, flipping him off. What is that? Is that? Don't get me started. No. Arbiter is having a blue can of paint sale with a couple of dummies thrown in and a free SEO thrown in for $19.99 sale today. There you go. I love it. Is Mr. O'Keefe Sr. there today? I thought I saw him. What about any of the Alberts? And I did not see any of the Alberts or McCabe's. I don't know if they're even allowed I don't know if they're allowed in the court. Don't know. I'm not on Instagram, but I might see. I do a lot of art, consider myself an artist now, but I'm a psychologist by trade. You are? V? I did not know that you are a psychologist. Are you Dr. V? That's so great. I have a question. Have you studied any paranormal psychology? Because that was kind of my thing for a little while. I have a theology background that so yes, there we go. My rheumatoid became clipping and it's caused me not to be able to. Oh, I'm sorry. You are welcome, Haya. You are welcome. Crippling, I see. We gotcha. We gotcha. I got lost on Instagram, V. I can never navigate that place. I'm on it and rarely post because sometimes enough is enough. And I just can't, it's just me. A lot of these bigger influencers, like Emily Baker, has a team and they post her stuff all the time. That's why she's gotten so big. Melanie says the same thing. It is hard when you are the one-man show. And True Oracle has really come out of they've done a lot of advertising and all kinds of different things for the psychic line, which is True Oracle that I'm on, and everything else. But that can sometimes cost thousands to do all that on these platforms. I try to do my part by coming on here and advertising myself and the line, but it's hard having just one. I heard Carl Steinbeck, yeah, that's his name, Carl Steinbeck, say that just his little stream, he tries to handle. His brother will come in and post all the shorts on. I've seen him on the Talkie Tick and the Book of Faces, but it is, platforms are hard to manage because there are certain things. It's not that you just go, okay, done. There's certain things that you have to just be. It's really wild. So there you go. The rice jar is no joke. It works. Yeah, Amy's been doing it for a while. Yeah, Cheryl, she did. Paraphrased it maybe, but she did say that. I was kind of in shock and horror. It's okay. I said that before, Lisa. No grieving. Right. Right. Well, I don't want to put that energy into the chat because listen, I've been in some of these chats now with this Karen, and the chats just fly of people saying mean, ugly, threatening things. Oh my heck, whatever. Apparently the missus was out of the street finger at people, so I would expect nothing less than that from her, right? Resting, that bothered me. If I could have one more moment with my husband, for shame, Peggy. That's right. I was a widow. I lost my husband when my son was 4. Absolutely. Lady Zelda, love the castle in the back. Love you. Paul Freed, thank you so much, my darling. Love it, Cassie. Well, you're always welcome to visit. You're always welcome to visit. It's kind of a hard drive to get there, but I'm one of these that I have to be by myself. You should see. I'm going to show you the night version. Ready? Here's the night version. I will show you. I kind of like I kind of dig the night version. And now that this is the night stormy version. And now that we are almost in the afternoon, there we go. There. I'll take it. So we'll leave that up a little bit. There we go. So thank you so much for that. Oh my God, Zelda, I just typed that and hit the send. It's okay. Listen, I got to tell you what I did with Mike and Young Jerks, right? I sent a donation, and he was doing a Karen Reed thing. And he said, please be careful. Don't spell jerks, Jerks. I get that all the time, and I don't like it. And there I am typing, na, 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 and autocorrect. And I'm like, Mike, I really love your show. And that you are my favorite, of the jerk, blah, blah, blah. And here it came out, jerks, Jerks. And he just looked at the camera and he said, really? And I thought, oh. So that was not good. And I apologize profusely. So hopefully he accepted that. Beth B. Peg is the original Jen. Yeah. Peggy will make a scene. Beth, I think. Annie says, what? Wow, right? I believe they have a weird family dynamic. They all do. I have a theory. When this is over, I'm going to tell you the theory as to why some of the words were used in the voicemails coming from Karen to John that early morning of January 29th. Wow, yeah. I don't know about that, Rhonda. Look at this beauty. Digging those earrings. I don't know, my darling. But I think they're living in separate places. They certainly don't sit. Look, I've been in court cases where families have been divorced or separated, but they're there for a common cause. And I've seen parents that have been divorced for years come together and sit arm in arm in court. And that's the art, that's the energy I want to see, not this sitting there. And I hate to say it, I don't know how old she is, but she looks older with this attitude. Right? Classy. Yeah. Yep, that shows Peggy's level of class. She's dramatic, shows her class. I would love it if Mr. O'Keefe went and sat behind Karen. I would love that too, but oh, the daggers. The daggers. My thoughts exactly. Yikes. Yes. Zelda, I'm job searching for lists while listening. One of the job sites was named Oracle something. Are you looking for a psychic job? A phone job? Isn't that funny? But it's not, it's like paid per minute, connect minutes. So it's not something that you can come in and expect a big paycheck the next following 2 weeks. It's, so it's like a commission only there. So if that's, but you never know. I didn't know that. Peggy did that. Yeah, she did do that. It was pretty bad. Tammy says, no, yes, cocky, arrogant. Peggy wasn't talking to John when he died. No. AD says they are allowed in but haven't been seen. I think they know when to not push the envelope. Just a second, I got a message. And I did not plug my iPad in today. Need my iPad. Listen, when I give you guys, when I'm moving, yeah, I didn't plug it in. No, ain't working. Zelda La. I have a client who calls me Zelda La. Don't know, but I love it. I love it. There, it's plugged in now. Yeah. Wife wants AC units in. Oh. I keep wondering if Mr. will hug Karen. My guess is not in the courtroom. I think Karen, I've been having that for two nights. The vision of Karen going over and hugging Mr. O'Keefe. That's okay. You are the master at what you are doing. Give me a second. Okay. Working on the menu for lunch. Husband too long. Oh dear. Tears dried up quick. Son over there, right? I would put my decorum to the side just for a minute to say, But you know what? Sometimes that is energy that's just not worth spending. And you got to pick your battles. I want to see your RV. I need a shrink. Ha ha ha. We all do. But seriously, I'm a photographer and I have pics on Instagram, but I can't even find them. Shaking my head. Oh, Robin. Well, anybody on Instagram, if you can find Robin, go over there and follow her. Annie, the Alberts. Well, I saw Brian Albert last time when the verdict was being read, or when Bev said mistrial. Listen, the face of evil. The face, talk about intimidation. I think there was something about them not being in the courtroom. Don't know what it was. Maybe it's just me thinking, hello. But maybe, just maybe, I don't know though. But at the same time, it was all about, oh, look, the sun has come out. Because they had mentioned something about them intimidating the jury. Because I think the jury did say something about that the last time that they were in. So there we are. Anyone there feel strong? I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling good. Yeah, that would be awkward for sure. Do you follow Art 2? Oh, sorry, that was not for me. So sorry. I am so fascinated by all of that I'm sure there's much more. You could tell us, and I would be interested in anything. You could tell us about the theology and psychology of any of this. Well, listen, we've got plenty to do after Karen. I started going in several different directions before I got really engrossed. The biggest thing is, I've got to tell you, this is the only case that I have ever followed that has had daily, sometimes hourly changes. I have almost 400 videos of Karen, and that includes these lives, on this channel. You can start from the beginning and binge watch, and you can follow what's happened because I follow it with card readings, sometimes forecasts, sometimes predictions, and sometimes just profiling people. I have never seen a case like this in all my 150 years. I'm never. See if I get my iPad going. There's an iPad that I want. Emily Baker uses it. I don't think it's an iPad. It's a I forget what it's called. You write on it, and it feels like you're writing on paper. It has that sensory in this little thing, and it just feels like, because my darlings, look, I buy these journals. I need to put that in my Amazon wish list. I can tell you that. I go through journal after journal after journal, and I haunt the dollar store, because one time I went and they had these beautiful spiral journals for $5 that are 15 and 20 bucks on Amazon. And I gobbled up a bunch of those, and still I've gone through all of those because I'm writing all the time. There is a program in iPad called Freeform, and I use that. And it's an indefinite amount. It's just like you writing on a piece of paper, and it's an indefinite. Now I plan content on there. I make notes. I'm a note taker. I do all that. I got to find out what that is. But anyway, let's get back to this. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. I have recently studied paranormal psychology because of my new interest in the paranormal psychology. I am intrigued and love it. I'll give you the name of the coursework that I took. Just give me a second. I'll get just give me a second, darlings, and I'll give you the name of it. Oh. While we're sitting here. Free home. Now I got that in my brain. Free your mind and the rest will follow. And I still read the Farmer's Almanac, because for me, they have the best ephemeris. I mean, it usually just follows it. They have the best ephemeris going. An ephemeris is what you use in astrology to see the planetary movements, like as in like where the sun is, what degree of Mercury is that day, what this is. They've had that in their almanacs, and it is wonderful. I love it. Okay, I'm looking. I may have to look for this in a little later here because my brain isn't quite there. But you will. I wanted to give you my coursework and let you know. The sun'll come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow. Then there was a site that was 750 words. And you get on there and practice 750. You type 750 words per day. And that gets you in this. It's not hard. 750 words sound like a lot, but it is not a lot at all. It's just a few paragraphs, and you can really get on there and be like, oh, I've written. I believe in journaling. I used to take notes on my BlackBerry. How many centuries ago was that? And you know what? All those notes that I took are gone. And I realized that, hey, journal, keeping track of things. I put my tasks, I put all kinds of different things in there. Every bit. That's what you do. I'm a weird one because sometimes for fun, I'm going to have to look at this now because now my brain, I've been wanting to get into this, but now seriously, for fun, I will sit and plot out one paragraph. This is the story of this and this and this, and then do outlines. Well, this would be one character, and this character would be this and this. And I'm going to tell you what, it helps to keep your brain going, and it helps all of those wonderful things. Let me see. I might have it under psychic sites. I do. I do. Let me tell you what coursework this is and what I have studied. Um, Gosh, they may not have it on there anymore. I'm looking. I'm paying attention, I swear. Maybe this isn't it. I'll find it. I'll find it another day. All right. So I hope I haven't missed anything. EDB Riley blasted ahead with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Yes, she really did. I know that's what you meant. Between my ex-husband and raising two non-bio kids for the past 11 years with severe mental health issues and all the research to get help, I feel like I should have a psych degree. You know what? Bless you. That's hard. Bless you for that. Misbehaving in Florida, I love that. We can talk, Zelda. Yes, teams like Emily D. Baker are great. Love for what she does, but she's a whole lot of help that others do not get, and people need to be aware of that. Yeah. Yeah. I like them all. Hello. I like them all. Give me a second. Let's see. I stick some of that stuff. Woof. It can go down the but. You think I want to go down the bunny trail? Abnormal, not paranormal. There you go. Hey, what my thing is always I've always been my kid to my kids. Why be normal when you can be paranormal? Because we've always lived in a haunted house, or there's always been something, or there's always been that knock at the door. That I mean, even now I have clients that call me 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Are you up? I don't know. Am I? You know, what's wrong? It's an emergency. Those are the ones that I love. Sometimes when I use the mic, it picks up whatever being said on the side the audio takes. There you go. There you go. I get it. I get it. Let me just at my house paranormal highway. I love it. And my house is like a paranormal. Trying to research the combination. Do you have any recommendations for research on paranormal and mental health? Yes. And that's what I was actually looking for V. So now I'll make a note and do that, because people don't realize how mental health and the paranormal are like kind of sucked in together. Okay. I'll find it. We'll talk about it. Not like we don't have anything to talk about, right? But we will talk about it. I think it's very important. I think it is. Peggy is deep denial and hatred and denial. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I love Runkle. Ian Runkle. I love him. I love him for his hair. John Stamos mentioned Karen at a concert in Lowell last week. He said he invited her. Karen, girl. You love the dark and stormy version? I do too. I love Runkle too. I sent that over to Runkle, but he didn't, probably people send him stuff, so let me just catch up here for a second. The jury is working by candlelight up in your castle trying to correct all of the badly phrased literature. Well, night and day, you are the one. I watched Nick Rekieta during Johnny Depp. I think he was the original law tuber. Nick Rekieta, that's how I saw, that's how I was introduced to Emily Baker was on there at one point, Ian Runkle, Kurt from Uncivil Law, many of them. Think I know what you mean. Mixed keys. Been thinking about that matter. Yeah. Well, it started with EDB during the Johnny Depp trial last year. She sent us to Melanie Little one day, and I've stuck with her, but I always pop back. I do too. I love Melanie. I love her. But I also love these other people. I like to get different perspective. Andrea Burkhart, I love her because she's, during the DNA testing, during all that, it became very techy. She's a smart one. She sits there, the physics, all that, woofy. Born a Hawkeye, thank you. Wow, so sorry. When Danny Bottaducci auditioned for the Partridge Family, the producer said the mother had lost her husband. Danny asked, did she look in the park? He's something now. I saw him on something the other day, sir. I saw him the other day. He's coming up there like the rest of us. Let me see. So I've always wondered how he felt about Karen guilt. I've always had a feeling he wasn't buying this stuff. I don't think he is. I think Mr. O'Keefe believes. I saw him very intently watching with an open mind when Alan Jackson was giving his closing argument. The rest of them sitting there like they could, Peggy looks like she could just bite a railroad tie in half. I believe he is pro Karen, and I believe that may possibly sort of kind of allegedly possibly could have contributed to him living at another address. I think that he's tired of the antics. Look at the antics of Paul during this time. And then Turtle Boy is outside the courtroom yesterday with Paul right behind him, and Turtle Boy is eating a donut. Oh my gosh. That type of thing just cracks me up. Let me see. Supposedly, allegedly, that was one of the reasons that John was fighting her on getting the kids. But now she's living in John's house. I am a Pisces. I'm a Pisces, Annie. I'm going to tell you something. And you heard it here. You do not have to be a psychic to read the tarot or the cards. You don't have to. It takes a talent of you knowing the cards and putting the story together. I know many talented tarot readers that are not a psychic. It's a tool. It's a tool that I use. So if you came to me in person and you were asking me these questions, and I got out the cards, the tools are this. So when I'm shuffling, now I don't let anybody else shuffle my cards or even cut, but um, you concentrate on the cards. The focus, even here, you're watching the cards. You're not watching me. Same thing. You watch the cards. What does that do? That puts the energy that you're thinking into the cards, puts the energy that I'm thinking into the cards, and it bridges a gap. And then when I pull a card out for Karen, look at that. Let me turn that card over. It's the 9 of clubs, knowing what you're worth. She knows what she's worth. She knows what she's done. That's the 9 of clubs. Knowing everything. And look at this. On the bottom of the deck, the 2 of spades, it's the separation from this. She's going to be okay. But listen, you don't have to worry about it. Zelda law is a Jewish Yiddish endearment. It is. The client that is would do that is very Jewish. And she puts it on because she knows I just love hearing it. But it's that hello Zelda law. What do you have going on for me today? It's the singing. Oh, don't tell anybody, but I had diarrhea. You know, they whisper things because they don't want to speak it into an existence. It's hilarious. Oh, don't worry about me. Don't change the light bulb. Don't worry about me. I'll just sit in the dark. I love her. She's just hilarious. I love it. I love it. So yeah, Zelda La, I got some bad chicken salad at Greenblatt's the other day. And it's like it's a thing. I got bad chicken salad at Greenblatt's the other day. It was not good. It was not good. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I love it though. I love her. Jessica Machado, here we go. While I was waiting in the lobby this morning, I was asked to move inside the clerk's office as jury was brought in and moved through security. I stood behind, oh, here we go. Here we go. I stood behind a closed door where I could not see anyone, but I could hear them. My imagination was running wild, hearing voices of jurors and trying to think of whose voice and tone was associated with what juror. Ooh, the plot thickens. Jessica, I love it. I love it. All good. Thank you for that. AD is a closed door where I could not see anyone, but I could hear them. My imagination was running wild. Love it. Love it. Very good. Love it. Love writing and journey. Yes, I love it. I'm behind in the chat, as you can see. Okay, what juror? They sounded upbeat, polite, and I even heard some laughing. After watching them for so long, even going back to the jury selection, it was such a unique experience to hear them talk. So, Captain Jerry, thank you so much. I'm so glad you're back. I got to look from the husband last night. Fridge was empty. Oh, we got to keep him happy. To be continued. I will sing a victory song in opera, maybe. Okay, much on the shoulders of these humans and tremendous service to the community, no matter the outcome. Very good post. I love it. The tablet you want is called Remarkable. Thank you so much, Wildwood Dreaming. It is called Remarkable. Thank you so much. I knew the name. I didn't know the name. It's called Remarkable. I believe it's what Alessi uses. Yes, it is what Alessi uses. Listen, I have binder envy with Alessi. Do you see him? These binders, the tabs. I'm like, oh, Some women want jewels. I want tabs. Seriously, it's like, oh gosh, that is so cool. I can't wait to meet Alessi because I'm going to tell him, oh, Mr. Alessi, I have binder and tab envy so bad. There you go. Higgins purged the last trial as clear as day about the dark-haired man entering the house. He went back and forth. Perjured. Sorry, I did see that. The main suspect, I'm unalive, is unalived for sure. Yes, yes. We have Marshall's stores, and they have lots of journal books, inexpensive. Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank you, Lady Zelda, your work. I'm at work, short break. What's up? Any news? Not anything yet, my darlings. We're waiting. Almost lunchtime. Okay, standing. No news. No news, my darling. Here we go. I'm behind. I tell a story and I don't let the chat go. John, Zelda, does John exist in the astral plane? His EVP words I've seen on your shows, the words come through for him. It is his energy. Because his energy is looping, it is left behind. Energy cannot be destroyed. It can only move forward. What has moved forward is he has moved on. Spirit is the intellect of our soul. People get soul and spirit hosed up sometimes. And believe me, it's confusing. You grow up, you hear certain things, it's tradition, and you hear certain things. But the spirit is the intellect of the soul. Think of it this way. The soul is the spiritual body. The intellect is the brain. So the spirit is the brain. It's the intellect of the spiritual body, which is the soul. So and we look the way we do, only much better when we go to the next plane. We look the same. That's how we recognize each other when we get there. So that's how it is. Let me see. I journal daily, a total note taker, taking notes now. Oh, Annie, thank you. I love it. See, you get started on that and it's like, hello, let's go. It's a good to journal, good for the soul. It is good for the soul. Now I have the name of EDB tablet scratching in my brain. I can hear it talking about it, but the name eludes me. Yeah, it's the Remarkable. That's how I remember that now. Remember the little rascals when they go around and they go, Remarkable. And then I lost it because I think too much. Hi, Zelda. Hi, Mama Bear. Have any of the readings picked up on Mr. O'Keefe Sr. feeling on this way trial since he didn't believe the bull? Yeah, he's pro Karen. But unfortunately, he's in the face of enemies. They expect, sometimes when you're in an enemy camp, you are expected to think like the enemies do. That's why it's really important to maintain your own, you know what I mean. Sometimes you have to be an actress or an actor. Borna, I need to do this again, but I had 2 journals, one for gratitude, the other was manifesting with gratitude. Oh, 3rd productivity worksheet. Mine are all, I can't do here I have this and just this. Here's my journal. Oh, and here's what I'm thinking today. And I am manifesting to this. I want this. I want this. I saw this, and I'm going to build upon this. Make a note. This is what I'm doing. So that I can't do the multiple journal thing. Tomorrow is a federal holiday. Yeah, post offices, banks are closed too. So yes. So there we go. Cindy, thank you for spending your time with us. It does help pass the time and helps me with my anxiety. Just a voice talking me through. Thank you again. My darlings, thank you for being here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here. And I want to thank you so much because, as you know, I'm a talker. So I might as well be talking to you. I love that. Normal, abnormal, and paranormal, right? Why be normal when you can be paranormal? And as the kiddies go, it's paranormal. There we are. Once you have experienced, you never forget it. Believe me, I know that. Yes, yes. No, you don't. You can clean things out. You don't have to do that. Yes, please do a note because and the paranormal do exist and coexist. That's right, they do. Mental health and paranormal coexist, as in when you see these court cases, and I've seen two where somebody gets up there and says, look, there was a voice that was talking to me. I felt it nudging me. It was threatening me, and it told me told me to commit this heinous crime. And if I did it, I would be okay, and I wouldn't have to worry, and I would all this other stuff. I believe that happens. And it can enter. That's why, can I tell you this? Excessive alcohol consumption and excessive abuse of medications, let me put it that way, can cause that. It can cause the opening and the ability of stuff coming through. It's not only that you're just careless when that stuff happens. It means that's why, what's that song, 10 Foot Tall and Bulletproof? That's why that is. Annie, that came into the home, and grounding protection worked because it got a little out of hand. It does. I've got them here. I doubt they leave, but they're not leaving with me. The house I live in here is spirit presence of a previous owner. She makes her presence known. Ooh, hiya. Okay, let me catch up here. Hi, Hypno. Hi, welcome in. Hypno is from Kip. Thank you. Thank you. And welcome to you, my darling. Welcome. I'm so glad that you are here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. All right. I need to, no, sister. No. What's with everybody? Lunch is there. You all have everything. It's not nap time. No, we're not doing it. It's kind of like, okay, we're born. We're bored, mommy. We're bored. We're bored. Thank you, Hypno. Thank you. Yeah, every now and then there's something that comes through. I feel so deeply, hi Jess, for that woman. She lost her daughter to cancer. Her son, yeah, her pain is palpable. I believe she's been manipulated in that. Yeah. But I do believe she has to take responsibility for herself. Okay, let me, I agree. Thank you. Ley lines are very important in paranormal. That's when you're doing a paranormal investigation. You don't just walk in the house and say, hey, I have a questionnaire that people have to fill out, and they don't like it, but they don't fill it out. They don't get a investigation. That's how it rolls. Patty, you don't think so? So you think that she's that way all on her own? I just saw that one feeding her information be part of the source, but I mean, I think sometimes I think sometimes that Peggy, and you can be a person that invites the negative. I think that's Wildwood Dreaming. I only found you recently through this trial. I don't watch psychic content on YouTube as a rule, as most are full of it. I know. Lady Zelda, you are the only one I want to watch. Thank you. Well, thank you. That is an honor. Because you know what? I'm real. I tell people, I'm not full of the woo woo. You're not going to see the woo. If you want woo woo, you have to go on, because I just deal with it as it's, for me, it's a part of life. My poor kids, my son especially, my daughter left before he did, and he was stuck, but he grew up in a time before cell phones, before internet, before all of this, and it was radio shows. Radios. I would be traveling to radio shows, traveling to psychic fairs. Wow. But I wouldn't have traded it for the world. It was a lot of fun. Patty, Zelda, when I found you, I knew you were the real deal. Some of the psychics are you can tell. I just talk and don't do anything. Well, I'm not right all the time, and it's free will. But wow, I appreciate it. 20, but Roxy, I have cat scratch fever. Why does that remind me of that song? For over 3 weeks now. They do graft surgery on Friday. They said I will have level 4 antibiotics for more 6. Please pray or positive. Love you. Oh, honey, bless you. I'm so sorry. Bless you, my heart. Sending you vibes right now. Sending there. Good energy. Take it, absorb it. We're all sending it to you. Bless you. If I'm missing some of your, oh, there's my Risa Grand Rising. There you are. There she is. Beautiful. No, ma'am. No, not today, Angel. I got to keep her away from me. Have you ever been? Yes. And I was almost put away when I was a child because of it. Put away meaning sent to a mental hospital. My dad wanted me. He was actually not my bio dad. But thank God for my grandparents and my mother. My grandfather would have probably had his way with my dad. It helped organize my YU journal. Yeah, your resume could go around the world. My mom too. Yeah. The tablet, remarkable, right? Okay, I have to catch up. I'm seeing all this rumor. They say O'Keefe's heading back to the courthouse. It's getting to be lunchtime, my darlings. So that's probably why. But you know what? I'm going to add that to the stage because we don't want to miss a thing. Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you, my darling. I'm not nervous. I want it over. Stacy says I'm a planner junkie. There you go. Well, you know what really got me involved? Look at this. Annie is a new member. Bless you. And thank you for being here. Such wonder. Thank you. Their lunch is normally 6 p.m. here. Okay. So that's about another, 45 minutes, Louise, or something like that. But I'm behind. So, oh, Annie, there you go. Yes, for those of you who were gifted memberships, you have to rejoin. So that's a whole thing. And I think I noticed the other day that I'm losing memberships, and I think that's really why. I don't think anybody's bugging out as much, but I think it's just that even myself, I forget about gifted memberships, and it's like, oh, I get a notification. It's like, oh my gosh. So because I'm a member on several other channels, so there we are. Let me see. I wonder what defense team do in this period, since they probably have to be close. I hear that David Yannetti has an office, satellite office, that is about 10 minutes away. And I think they all mingle there, and they talk and they strategize and, whatever. Kimberly, I have a good question for you. For months, I was referring to my cards about legal issue, nothing bad. And I thought for sure, 99% for sure, it would go my way, and it did not. Myself on it. I question myself on it. I'm going to tell you, my darlings, I can't read for myself. If you're reading for yourself, it could be picking up on another part of things. I can't read. I've tried. sometimes when I read for myself, I end up in Siberia pregnant and not really, but I mean, it's way out there. Or it's something that I wish that actually subconsciously comes through the cards. So I have another reader that will confirm usually what I'm thinking, but I learned a long time ago. I can't do it. So it could be that. But if you've been used to reading for yourself, I would read on the energy of the other side and see what the other's not for yourself, but I would look at it and say, okay, what's the energy of that situation? What can I see with that? What is coming through? That may help you. Thank you for Mama Bear for answering my call. I love this channel and great community. You are welcome. You are welcome. Let me see. Okay. Let me see. Okay, well, we got to be careful what we put in the chat, please, because some of this sometimes these cases I know, but sometimes it just meets wild. Yeah, you have to be careful because sometimes, we do have that inner voice, but that can be considered to be schizophrenia on one side. There's such a fine line. And you know what else is on a fine line? Miss V may know this. Schizophrenia and menopause. Hysteria is actually connected to hysterectomy. Did you know that? When doctors started saying, oh, she's too hysterical, we're going to perform this medical thing. And it turned out to be a hysterectomy because it was based on hysteria. Oh. Zelda, I keep forgetting to ask you, are you aware of Dolores Cannon? I know. I am. She's sometimes a little out there for me, Tammy, on the alien side of things. I'm just going to say it that way because I studied with the Edgar Cayce Foundation, so I'm kind of on the other side of things. So there you go. See, when I read cards, my definitions are personal. I could never get a clear reading until I threw the book away. Now I have regular clients and thrive. There you go. There you go, Wildwood. I have my own meanings of my cards that are derived from, and I have a cartomancer who called me and she's like, "But are you reading the cards? Yeah. What do you have? Ten of spades." But that's not what my 10 of spades says. Well, there's a French way, there's an Anglo-Saxon way, I'm kind of in that European Anglo-Saxon type thing. But hello, you never know. There's no news yet. Thank you, my darling, and I hope you are having a wonderful time. There we go. No, that's right. When a paranormal team came to my house, the first time because of my daughter, the first thing the ghost box displayed was her name. You can't face. That's right. Those things. That's right. It's all a binary. It's all binary. Frequency, vibration. Where can I get the information? Heard it in the background. You can go to the psychic shop, my darling. You can go to the psychic shop on trueoracle.com, and the Rice Jar ebook is right there. It's right there in front of you. So there we go. Welcome. And for those of you who are just coming in, please do me a favor, like and subscribe. That would be such a blessing for us. And thank you to True Oracle also for being here. Zelda, even though your mom's grandmom had the same gift, I'm behind. Look at you, Patty. Oh my gosh, look at them little babies. No, I missed that. So I may have to look back here. Okay. So my chat's going fast and I stopped because I want to talk about Zelda, I don't think they will come back for lunch break. You don't? Okay. The Reed team said they do a lot of praying. I can imagine. And we're sending them a lot of prayers too. They have a lot of people praying for them. And you know what? I got a story I want to tell you. I think that's it, Lady Zelda. Thank you. Yeah. Look on the other side. Sometimes when I need to read something that's going on for me, I look on the other side of things. Then I can pretty much see. I got a story. Can you send out a reminder? I don't. Those are from. I can't, Roxy. I'm sorry. Those come usually from your email, and it comes from YouTube. It doesn't come from us. So I can't do that. I wish I could. No ham today for lunch, and I've got to order my lunch, but I'm trying to catch up. But remind me when I get in a minute. Remind me that I want to tell you a story about Abraham Lincoln that you will love. So let me order this. Give me a second. Then I got to take a little wee break. And you know what that means. A wee to the water closet. Abe was a vampire hunter. Wouldn't that be funny? Zelda thinks the sirens are John. I do. And we didn't hear him during closing arguments, did we? It's about prayer. It's about prayer, and it's Abraham Lincoln. Thank you, Haya. They usually do send one. It's funny, I even got a gifted membership the other day from True Oracle. I'm going to tell you something. I never went through it. I don't know why. I never went through menopause. That is so weird. I know. Just living life. I never went through it. I couldn't have told you. I couldn't have said, oh yeah, I went through it. No symptoms, no nothing. Just went on. No problems. I don't know what it is. Weird. I thought about that the other day. Somebody was talking about it, and they said, oh, you know what it is. Sorry, I don't. I wish I did. No, I don't. But I wish I knew. Anyway, you know what I mean. Okay, let me look at this. I can imagine that they're praying, bless them. Are y'all talking about me? Everything okay? I'm glad you all are talking. I'll be done in a minute. I apologize. I just got to tell you, I'm so glad you all are here. Sylvia's daughter, thank you so much for your generous. I have to be careful, okay? But I think that she is aware of some things that maybe Jen McCabe certainly does. There you go. Best way to the future. I love it. Okay. Oh. It's amazing that you have to pay for it. That's so funny. There we go, darlings. There we go. Now, I have to make a little trip. In 1814, I took a little trip along with Colonel Jackson down the mighty Mississippi. We took a little bacon and we took a little beans, and we fought the bloody British in the town of New Orleans. We fired our guns and the British kept a coming. Okay. Thinking bad actors really think that they got away with it. Of course they do. There we go. With that, please forgive me. I have to take just a quick break. I'll be right back, and then we're going to talk about something that Abraham Lincoln said, which has always stuck with me. I'll be right back. Hi there, my darlings. Hello, hello. So I'm back. Thank you so much. Blessings to you. Okay. A little story about, oh my gosh, I have all these songs running through my head. A little story about Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, during his tenure at the White House, was walking through the White House, and they had generals there from both sides during the Civil War of the North and the South. And he walked through and he heard one group praying for the North and one group praying for the South. And as Abraham Lincoln walked through there, he said, he stopped and he made everyone stop praying. And he said, look, when we pray, we have to pray for God's will. We have to pray that what's coming forth is the best thing that God's will could give us. And he said, I don't want to be hearing because lives are lost on both sides. And it doesn't matter who wins. There will be someone who loses. So pray for both sides and for the will of God. That always stuck for me, because even in this case, I'm praying for God's will. Now, I know that he wants the truth, justice, the American way. He wants truth, justice, everything to come out. And it is, and it will. And it will be taken care of. I know it is 12:35 now. I know that he is, this is the will, not guilty. I know that. And I believe, as the word says, to go boldly to the throne and remind me of my promises. So you know what? You promised no weapon formed against us shall prosper. Forget about that. I don't like to hear the fix is in, because you're claiming the fix over this. Don't claim the negativity over this. Don't claim that the fix is in. Don't claim it's a scam. Don't claim that it's corruption and bias. That's on the side of evil. We don't want to claim that for Karen. We're claiming that truth and justice will prevail. And the great thing is, this is in the hands of this beautiful jury, and they are not going to allow Karen to suffer another trial. If they do, there's something terribly wrong. And this judge, they're not going to allow this judge to fix their sheet, because I heard somebody yesterday saying, oh my gosh, what if she gets the jury sheet and they fix it and they change it? That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. The only fix that's in is that the goose for the CW and for all of these bad actors are cooked. They're cooked. They know it. They know. Do they take their lunch at 1? I think they take their lunch at 1, but I don't know. $1:30. Okay. 12:30. 12:30. Okay. So they could be at lunch at any time. But I believe, look, we're given promises. If we don't stand on those promises, it's an everyday life. 1 o'clock, okay. It's an everyday life. We have to send good, speak powerful blessings. Speak power over the jury. Right now, the jury has the power. They've got the sword. They've got the sword. The jury has the sword to annihilate. You see, that's a double-edged sword. A double-edged sword cuts both ways. Double-edged sword cuts both ways. So a double-edged sword can give you cleansing. It can cut down and it can heal. How does it heal? Well, you know what? Back in the Civil War, if someone got cut or an injury, what would they do if you weren't near a field hospital? Put your sword on the heat, put the sword on you, boom, it's cauterized. It can cauterize immediately. So there you are. Visualize. Annie, visualization is so powerful. It certainly is. Visualize it as though it already is. I've done that many times and it works. It certainly does. And it is a powerful tool, just like the law of gravity. We don't question the law of gravity. We shouldn't question the law of God's promises. This is evil. And seriously, I've seen many times where things don't go the way we think or the way we want, but they're in the long run. When you look back, I can't tell you how many times that I've been involved with a particular situation or person, and I think, oh God, why didn't that happen? And I look back now and I think, oh God, thank you for not letting that happen, right? How many of us? So here comes at 12:40 p.m. Honey, my husband did that during the Gulf War. He still has the knife-shaped burn scar. Yep. So it can be healing at the same time. You know, I believe that this is a destiny for Karen. This is a destiny. The unfortunate part is that it was a destiny for John. Think of this. John had a widowmaker. John may not, I can't predict, but he may not have lived past 50. Now that isn't an excuse for what they did to him, but this is all destiny. All destiny. Karen was sent to take care of this. She's probably stronger than all of us put together. I've not seen strength come out like her. Right? Unanswered prayers. Wanting to be with someone, but then it's better that it doesn't work out because they meet the right. That's right. That's right. Here we go. I think we're going to get an answer today. In the cards told me a few days ago, you may have remembered that reading, that the 18th is significant and that the 23rd, which is Monday, is also significant. Oh, don't know if you saw that card. Flew out. Oh, Amazon is here. Look at this card. We had this just a little bit ago. Do you remember this card? 3 of Diamonds. That's the legal card. That's the communication card. It is the card of what? Education. Learning through this. It is the card of, well, confirmation. It is the card of what? Change of a situation. Somebody just came to my door, my darlings. Be right back. Hello. I just got a package. I just got a package. I feel like the jerk. Remember Steve Martin and the Jerk? The phone books are here. The phone books are here. Luann. This is from Luann. Opening it now. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize how these microphones pick up, and I'm so loud, and I just get going crazy. It's Christmas. I have a gift for you. Bless you. Enjoy your gift. Love you for all you do. Peace and blessings. Luann. Aww. Aww. Thank you, boy. For those of you who hate the noise, I'm doing it. And then, I'm sorry. Here, who wants this little baggie? Can you sit on that? There goes the cat. We got a box. We get a bag. Goodbye. That was Shaggy, Jerry. Oh, this is a nice. I love boxes and all that stuff. Let me see. Shaggy Noodle. Oh my goodness. Luann. Earrings for days. Look at the earrings. Look. And believe me, these are so me. I love them. Blessings to you for this kind gift. Oh my heck. I'm just, see, and all these will go with black. Aren't they pretty? Oh, how many pairs? My goodness. And I love these because these are like year-round earrings. You can wear them all the time. Look how pretty and how gorgeous. Very nice. Luann, oops, I'm glaring. I love the copper ones. I love them all. Thank you so much. They are just gorgeous. Thank you so much, darling Luann. What a blessing you are. Clerk said jury has lunch break until 1:30. And Karen Reed's retrial deliberations 11:30 a.m. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Stacy, right? Luann, you are just such a little angel. Thank you. Hiya, thank you. I always like that boho thing, right? I still carry a handbag that's got fringe. My fall jackets, I have a brown one with fringe. It's kind of a Western. And then I'm kind of a fringe nut. But I like this boho type of, easy does it. Give me a second. Super nice. Bless you. Luann, you gorgeous angel. Now, I will remember you every time that I wear these, and I was said, I need more holes, but that doesn't sound right? Hello? Rhonda, I just placed an order for the t-shirt that says, Google, how long to die in cold. I love that shirt. Thank you for that, my darling Rhonda. Thank you. Tonight I'm going to, I need to make another note. More merch with sigils. Tonight I will be making the merch with the sigils. Very nice, my darling. Very, very nice. Thank you so much. Jury moved up their lunch by 20 minutes. There you go, Ben. It was Blue Clues in this house for a while. Blue Clues and then Martha Stewart would come on at 10 a.m. Da-da-dum, 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 da-da-da-da-dum, da-dum, dum, da-da-dum, 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 dum, dum, dum. Amy, I hope you are able to see this message. Karen has a lot of angels around her. She does. She does. Thank you, Rhonda. She does. Chris, I got earrings in the mail as a gift from Lou Ann. You guys are so great with your gifts. Thank you so much. And nothing on the court side except that Jess Machado sent a message. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. Sent a message through and said she kind of sort of overheard the jurors laughing and having a good time and getting along. So there we are. There we are. Ben Hook says, raining hard outside. The little kitten is on my lap. So, aww. Just saw the jury are deliberating through the lunch hour. I think that it's going to be, you cheer us up during this waiting, Zelda. Well, listen. What I'm going to do, my darlings, is they learned to talk and eat a Sammy. The ham Sam. Wait, we need to put that back up here. Where is Hank? Hank's ham sandwich. Come on. Surveillance special. It's him from Hank Breenan. Buy one, we film you anyway. ARCA approved. I'm going to put this, but I can't put his face. But I've got a likeness I can put on there. So Henry, you're cooked, buddy. I'm going to put that in the merch store. So there we are. There we are. Very good. And of course, we get that same card out. The 3 of diamonds twice in one day. That's pretty good. That's a confirmation. Change is coming. They are about to change things. They may have changed the verdict slips again. I don't think so. Have lunch. Shona says, hello, Shoni. Shona Lee, I apologize. I didn't mean to say that about your name, but Shoni is so sweet. And it's an endearing thing. Shona Lee, have lunch and then come back with a not guilty, please. Shona Lee is our Aussie friend. Where did the Hank's ham sandwich come from? It's available somewhere. This is mine. I made this. The Hank's ham sandwich is because Hank, during the prosecution, during the ARCA, Dr. Rentschler started asking him, well, I saw you having lunch. You were having lunch with the defense. And Dr. Rentschler says, yes, I was having a ham sandwich. Oh, you were having a ham sandwich and you did this and this. And he said, yes. And then I went and stood in the corner waiting for my ride to the airport. Oh, and it's almost as though I wanted to say, what is this, a Hank gate? You listening in on the lunchroom of the defense? Hello. Love this. So we all still call it Plymouth Plantation. Okay. Love this Hank's Hammy said. Belly laughed so hard when I first saw it, right? Hello. Hank's the grilled ham sandwich. He's going to be grilled. He's got a land to answer for. So does Lolly. This is why they're all so nervous. Look at this. Ribeye, there's your ham sandwich, baby. When Hank said, "Oh, you were having a ham sandwich, huh?" I cracked up, right, Annie? I was like, really, loser? Right? Wait, where am I?
Sit down, demon.
Right? Loser? Talking about that it's an officer lost his life. A woman is being persecuted for not committing a crime, and you're worried about a ham sandwich. I'm surprised you didn't say, did it have, if it were Lolly, where did you sit while you were eating your ham sandwich? Was it at a high top? How many people were there? Did you have stone mustard, yellow mustard, or ground mustard, or maybe Grey Poupon? Did you have cheese? Was it Swiss or American? And perhaps, was it melted? Was the bun toasted? Forevermore. Oh, I love this ribeye. How many times did you chew? I would have said, I don't chew. Do you chew? This, we're close to a verdict because this card just fell out. Let's get one more. Karen. Shaggy move. Oh, I had it upside down. Pardon me. A burning desire. You don't read these cards in reverse. They're not made for reverse meanings. Burning desire. Go. Burning desire. So they want to get this done. The two cards that come out. 3 tell the story. I'm getting some of the same cards are coming out. You guys see that I shuffle. There will be justice for John. I already know. This card just turned over in the pack, my darlings, and look where it is. Justice is coming. They have a burning desire to get this done. There's Karen, the burning desire. Justice is coming, my darlings. Same confirmation, same cards. John will have, he will have justice. I know that already. I know that. Yeah, Luann, you may be right, my darling. Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if they planned on giving the verdict at 2:27? That would be no worries, my darlings. That card looked like dragon fire. Yeah. This makes me feel better. I hope so, Wendy. Justice is coming. Wouldn't that be perfect at 2:27? There you go. Got your answers. Let me check on my food. Heard chat. Brennan always takes benign things, then tried to discredit someone with tone versus facts. He's, oh my gosh, this whole thing of beating someone up on the stand. My food is here, my darlings. What's for lunch today? Japanese hibachi. I'm having salmon with teriyaki and cabbage. It also had fire on the card, so it was called a Temple Son of the God, Mirror of Truth. Ooh, nice. Those are my own cards. No, not interested. That happens over there. Thank you, though. People come in and they feel like they can just take over things. So I think it's a matter now of wait. We'll put the fan back up because I think that's encouraging. Thank you, Ellen. So glad that you're here. Thank you. Thank you. The sun will come out tomorrow. Oh, I want to show you the law firm of where Hank is working currently. I don't know if any of you have seen this, but this is the law firm. I don't know if you've seen this or not, but this is Hank's law firm. Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. There we are. Brought to you by the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. There you are, my darlings. The jury says they're working through lunch. They want to get the heck out of Dodge. Let me get my goodies. And I'll be right back. It's 1:01 p.m. Eastern New York time, my darlings. Be right back. Hi there, my darlings. Hello. Thank you. I'm just catching up on everything that you all are doing. Let me set this down. Aiden Carney, still walking around the courthouse. No updates. Last trial jury came back deadlocked on the fourth day. Today is the fourth day. Thus far, they have not. Praise be. And they have not written any notes about being deadlocked. No, I don't. Deadlock is not an option for this jury because they know. They know. Now I'm going to try to fix this so I'm not chewing profusely in the microphone. Thank you to each and every one. Let's hope that ice cream truck just went through the buffer zone. Oh my gosh. Would that not be hilarious? It's over after lunch. That's right. I believe it. Hang tight. Hang tight, everybody. Poe, you got to move. Where am I going to put you? Okay, it's only 73 degrees today, humid. Ice cream sounds good. It is humid here, but it has turned beautiful. But, you know, where I am in the south, when it rains, the sun will come out right away and drown, or not drown, but it dry up things. And then everything like steams. So then you are like a little lobster. We're close, everyone. We're close. Got a couple little fried dumplings to go along with it. I'm a sucker for a fried dumpling. Captain Harris, it's 88 degrees in Florida. Yes, misbehaving. Florida, you all know everything about steam and more. I love Florida. I lived in St. Augustine for a while and then in the Bay Meadows area of Jacksonville for a while. I like it. Then I lived in Ponte Vedra Beach. Mystical Magic, thanks for being here, my darling. Boston has been cold, 60 degrees. Amy, hey, Lady Zelda. Karen is very smart, has a beautiful heart of gold. Her smile brightens up the universe. I truly believe she is going to be an advocate to help. I know she will be an advocate. I bet she'll go to law school. You know, in Florida, all you need is you don't need I'm not Florida, sorry. In California, you don't need law school per se. You need to be working under one. And I wonder, is that kind of another idea for Karen, that she's worked so closely with Alan Jackson and Eliza Little, that she could apply for her law license, take the bar? Stranger things have happened at sea. I don't think that was I don't think they talked too much about being deadlocked yesterday at that conference, if you want to, the questions conference. Yeah, Florida fan. Ponte Vedra Beach is beautiful. I lived there for a little bit while and then went further south just into St. Augustine. I'm watching you all while I'm eating, talking about everything. I like the beach, but I like the mountains too. And so I think I'm choosing the mountains, but you never know. I may be beachy one of these days. Patty says, I bet that Karen could go back to her old job too. I don't know. Fidelity is where she came from. And even though her license would probably be okay, there's too much, what do I want to say? There's too much attention to be drawn to this. Teriyaki salmon, my darlings, and some cabbage with some vegetables, a little bit of fried rice, and some fried gyoza or dumplings. Very good. Thank you, Miss Lady Zelda, for acknowledging me with the pain I'm going through right now. I ordered the full. Okay, my darling. I saw it. You got an enhanced reading and you got a moon phase report. I'm really hoping you can give me some answers. I really appreciate it. I'm sure we can get you some answers. I'm sure we can get you some answers. Thank you, darling. I'll get that out to you ASAP. I love chicken chow mein. I do too. I love Asian food. Who is not but 2 hours from St. Augustine? Let me see. No, you may not. It's like, oh, mommy, you've got food. Let me just come up and walk right through it. Rhonda, not but 2 hours from St. Augustine. I love it. I love it. Oh, Haya, did you grow up in Dedham? Oh, my. There you go, me. Hi, me. Wonderful. Annie, I miss it. I am contemplating where I want to move to. I am in Illinois and I can't handle it anymore, right? I get it. I agree. It took me a minute because, I've lived all over. And there are certain areas that I love. Virginia is one of them. But I don't have a connection to Virginia any longer. And I love the mountains. I don't want to be in any place where I like the water, but the hurricanes bother me a little bit. I love it. Misbehaving. We live in WBP, South Florida, but we have a house in Citrus County and a house in Brevard County, 2 hours south of St. Augustine. Yeah, I like that. I love that whole historical. I love living in a historical town and historical place. That's my gig. Nice. I love that. All is well. I resonate to that song, Cool Change. You know what I'm talking about. Sign of water, and it's there where I feel my best. The albatross and the whale, they are my brother. But I like that. But I like the mountains because I resonate with the grounded. You know, I have to be grounded, and the mountains can be shielding. As in East Tennessee, where I like to be, in the area that I like to be, doesn't get tornadoes, doesn't get any of that. Because rare, because the mountains break them up. Lou Ann. My son says that I try to pick places that are close to casinos. I love the energy of a casino. Annie. Yeah, I hear that in Illinois too. And I want to be in a state with no state tax. Right now, I'm currently in a state with state tax, and it's kind of ridiculous. Beautiful there. It's beautiful. Pardon me. Talking with my mouth full. There's my girl. Prosciutto sandwich from the Italians. Lunch. Don't worry. She's got this. The juries and the jurors are smiling and happy today. All is well. I have always wanted to go there. The Catskills, I love it. I get it. I want to move to Tennessee, but my mom won't move with us. Can't move that far away from my mom. Maybe someday, honey. Maybe someday. Time for a cool change, right? Now that my life is so prearranged, I know that it's time for a cool change. Well, I was born in the sign of water, and it's there that I feel my best. The albatross and the whales, they are my brother. I love it. See, you are my people. You are my people. Maybe when I get done eating. That gave me chills. Oh my gosh. I love that song. Hello. Zelda, the last email I found it is true. Okay. Yes, someday my mom says, don't hold my breath, my life, and I don't know what to do but it's easier than said. I know. It's hard when you know that you're called to a particular, you go girl, AD is fact checking. It is hard when you know you're pulled to a particular place and yet you have love pulling at you as well. We need an ice cream truck about now. You know, yesterday they flooded that area with black helicopters. Hello. I would just like to see somebody start repelling from those helicopters, right? I would like to see that. The taxes in Tennessee are very good, and so are the property taxes, and no state tax. And I have people there. So I just need to know where in Tennessee that I'm going. Oh my God, that is hilarious. Yes, it is. Hi, Betty. Hi. Boy, somebody's gone to town over here with this chainsaw. They have been running this chainsaw since hello. When I get settled, you'll see. I'll show you, because there's a lot of paranormal activity that I want to visit. So I want to do something there is some tourist attractions in Tennessee that I want to go to do some paranormal information. And that is one of them is the Titanic Museum. They have a ton of paranormal. I've just got to talk the owner into allowing me to be there and doing my gig. And then the Ripley's Believe It or Not. There's a lot. No, my darling, there's plenty of room. Come to Tennessee. There's plenty of room for you. A lot of people were flocking to Florida. But believe me, there is plenty of room in Tennessee and Colorado for people coming. Plenty of room. This is sign language for love. And they were put on a court order that they could not be loud and make any noise. So Karen said, do the hand gesture. And that's why you see Alan Jackson and all of them hand gesturing, and Karen as well. I think, my darling, the reason they're coming to Florida is because of the laws. And I think it's, there's a lot of, there was a lot of political, this is not a political channel, but there was a lot of political things. But I like Florida, but it's just too hot and humid for me. Risa says, I love you. I love you too, Risa, you darling. You little sweet, gorgeous girl. Look into Deadwood, South Dakota. Casinos, no tax, lots of haunting locations. I have someone who who lives in South Dakota. And the winters are just too treacherous for me. But I love South Dakota. You're welcome, my darling. Beth, she has them already. She has books. I'll tell you what, I was John Grisham. I love John Grisham. Hello, give me a John Grisham novel any day. I'm a happy girl. I haven't got his latest one yet. I'm going to have to see what it is, but she's got all kinds of offers. Mm-hmm. Annie, not gonna give you the bee's knees on this. Tennessee can be very humid, and around the mountains especially. But the offset for that, for me with that, is it still has the change of seasons, like the really deep fall colors for the leaves, and the winters are extremely mild comparatively. So that's one of the reasons. Deliberation clock, 19 hours, 43 minutes. Thank you, AD. Tammy, for all in this chat in Zelda, when you come across somebody that's in your circle or even indirect circle who strongly disagree, and make it clear, for example, with Karen, when you know the fact is that, and I think you've got a part 2 here, maybe. I'm looking for it. I think I know what you're talking about. And I had somebody the other day basically tell me that I needed Q-tips. Because I was not hearing that Karen said I could have hit him. And you know what? What I do is, because everybody's entitled to an opinion, but I don't argue with anybody. If they have an opinion, now, if they want to get ugly, look out. But I just don't, I don't allow people to pull me into their drama about this. There we go. So I don't know. Colleen, did you hear that the Petri dish hit a vehicle in a parking lot and broke someone's taillight? Oh my gosh. Well, we need to paint his arm blue since he likes that sort of thing. Thanks for sharing that. Beth. Women are swamping Vinny for pics. This woman would not be. I would be like, well, whatever. He's not my cup of tea. Okay, that is the email. Okay, my darling. Give me a second. Let me see. Oh, I heard that. I don't know. That's what they were just talking about, huh? I don't know. I don't like to put stuff up that I don't know. But let's take a look here at, while we're looking. Attorney Nan is there. She's been hanging out with oh boy. The trolls are starting already. Lawfario is there with LTL. Yeah, nothing yet, my darlings. Just we're just watching. We're just watching. CPU Tommy. CPU Tommy had a post on the John DePetri dish hitting the cart and said that it was a hit and run. I don't know. I think we'll have something today. They don't want to be going home and coming back on Monday. I mean, there's a possibility, but as of right now, the cards show that we will have it before the end of the day. Right? Told me I needed to get Q-tips. And I told them they need to go to another channel. Lunch hour is done. I'd expect the jury to at least send a note that they are at an impasse before 3:50 today. Oh, that's the free Karen Reed thing. So, excuse me just 1 minute, darlings. I need sauce. Thank you. As a gentle reminder, everyone, please do me a favor. Get up, stretch, go to the water closet, get something to eat, get a snack. Don't sit here 24/7. I know most of us can't. But it's hard not to. I think that's one of the fan groups saying that, and it's only because that they're thinking of last year when this happened. I don't believe they're going to hang it. They know the responsibility that goes with it. I don't believe that. Jilly Tots, you're perfect, honey. Don't worry. Very true, Amy. Pardon me for eating and talking with my mouth full. There you go. Go on, go for it, my darling, misbehaving. Go for it. Take a break, my darling. Take a break. Elizabeth, you're a stitch, my darling. Look at you two beautiful people. Louise says, wonder what Hank is doing. I'm sure he is wearing holes in the carpet from pacing back and forth. Annie had to walk with her little pup, and now it's raining. Good day to hunker in. I'm telling you guys, I love Asian food. I don't eat anything raw anymore just because, hello. But I could eat it. Oh, it could be my cuisine. Mrs. Marie, who is listening, you little stinker. We love her. One of these days we're going to have a podcast, Mrs. Marie and I, and we're going to get on here and we're going to talk about things. She's excellent. I love her. She is an old soul. She could be my daughter, but she is an old soul and very well experienced. So, love it. She found me instead of the remarkable, because she is listening. Oh, gee, it's on sale for $499. My iPad is going to do just well. My iPad's going to hang in there very well. I'm not big on spending a lot of money on stuff. Let me see. Let me check this thing. Let me check things out here. Vinnie Politan is outside. I hate Court TV so much, but they're outside with the people. Should I put that Court TV on? Vinnie Politan is interviewing people outside the courthouse. Should I put that on? Give me a 1 in the chat if you want me to put that on. He's interviewing people outside the courthouse. I hate Court TV, but it's got the clock and it's, Gotcha.
get hundreds and hundreds of people together and they have something in common and they're speaking. That's what's taking place right here. The general tone, if I had to describe, everyone's very courteous to one another. Like, we're doing this shot here, we are sort of blocking the sidewalk, but rather than push their way through, people are tiptoeing, trying to figure out a way around us, because everyone's very cognizant of the job that we're trying to do, and they're cognizant of one another. If there's someone who has to get through down the sidewalk, you'll hear people scream, sidewalk, sidewalk, sidewalk. There's some people here that are on crutches, some people who are in scooters that have to get by, and everyone's always willing to make sure those folks are taken care of. Starting to see a mixture of folks, as I mentioned, from young children of people who are here to middle school kids, college students showing up now, and of course you have the people who have been here for 2 years. So I think you've got a great cross section. There's a lot of pink, but there's some non-pink here, but I call them the non-pink supporters. They're still here supporting Karen Reed. It's just they're not part of the group that normally dresses one way. So if you don't see pink, don't necessarily think they're anti-Karen Reed. It's just they're just not wearing pink. I mean, that's all it is. That's the answer to that question.
Hey,
The
Vinny, I got a
intensity's
question
building.
for you.
The intensity's building.
When we think about logistics here, if indeed this jury is hung up on manslaughter and one of the levels of it, and they at some point this afternoon decide that they believe that they're hung, they're not going to finish today. There's not enough time left because we're not even into Allen charge territory. They haven't. That process in itself takes time. Give us, if you would, sort of an explanation of if they're having trouble to the point where they alert the court that they're deadlocked, that sort of starts a whole other process.
Yeah. Here's what I find interesting based upon the notes, right? Where they didn't get the answer about being hung on one count and not on the other two. Is it or is it not a deadlocked jury? There's another way to read that.
They'll finish when they
That this jury does not want to be deadlocked. They know there was a problem with the first trial. They don't want to continue that problem. Here's what I think. I think they're going to really be hesitant to send out a note saying they're deadlocked because they didn't get an answer. If they send out a note saying they're deadlocked, they may believe that it's a deadlock and it's over. They don't know the process, Ted. So I think that's going to be their last resort. So that's the only thing that tells me maybe we don't hear from them today. If they're deadlocked, even on one count, they don't know that they can return a verdict on the other two because the question wasn't answered. And that's part of the mystery and frustration that people may feel with them not understanding. It may also push them to come to a verdict, saying, listen, we don't want to be like the first jury. We don't want to be deadlocked. Let's agree to something. Maybe someone's got to compromise. And from that compromise, you get verdicts on all three counts. So I think that's another possibility, that this jury doesn't want to be deadlocked. So they don't know that it takes 2 or 3 notes saying you're deadlocked before you're actually deadlocked. And deadlocked on one count is not deadlocked on 3 counts. I know that, you know that.
There was another one, darling.
Folks out here know that. The viewers know it now.
But that's okay.
But I don't know if the 12 who count
That's
actually
okay.
know that.
Thank
Like
you,
the
Dave.
12 who should know the answer to
There was
that
another
question
one that came at me
don't have
big
the answer
time.
to that question.
Absolutely right. It could be a standoff. Judge Cannoni not wanting to have a mistrial at any cost, so she didn't want to answer the question, and the jurors not wanting to have a mistrial, so they don't want to send any other questions that are definitive. And here we are, and we continue to wait. Vinny Politan, thank you so much for all of that. We are going to squeeze in a break. Keep in mind, folks, anytime we could hear an announcement there on the ground that we have a verdict or that we have another question. I feel like at this point that would be as big a news because we want to know what these jurors are thinking and what happens next. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial, and we're live outside the courthouse. We'll be unpacking the pivotal moments as deliberations continue.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The WNBA is on ice. Friday.
Okay. Let me get back to you. Where are you? Okay. I have an idea. Would you like to hear the story of Elizabeth Bathory? Elizabeth Bathory was the famous female vampire, the real one. Would you like to do that? Would you like to hear that? Give us something to think about. If you do, let me know. Put a 1 in the chat. Ha, you're so funny. If Benny wasn't good looking, no one would watch him. Well, I don't even think that he's good looking. Yeah, okay. Okay, here comes Elizabeth Bathory. Let me find it in my channel. I'll find it, I promise. It's got to be under my Dark Tales of Zelda. I have scary stories in here, my darlings. This would be something else. Get back. I know it's got to be in here somewhere. Could be under my Halloween stories. There's a story about a murder in Maine. Let me do this. Well, I know I did it because I had somebody get upset because they said, oh boy, you know, it doesn't take much for people to get upset, does it? Let me do this. Let me look again. Well, I'm coming, my darlings. I just got to find it. Talk amongst yourselves. I love you. I'd like to learn about Madame Blavatsky. I know Madame Blavatsky with the theological, not the theological, the Theosophical Society. I do know Madame Blavatsky. She was different. All right, my darlings, let me see what video that I can find here. Here it is. Here it is. Hold on. Okay, my darlings, give me a second. I'm going to set this up for you. And then we'll watch it together. How's that? And I'll keep an eye on everything. So here we go, my darlings. We're going to listen to this story, Worse Than Count Dracula. Give me a second. I'm going to set this up for you so you can really see it. Here we go. Uh-oh. Hello and welcome to Secrets Mystery Manor. I'm your host, Psychic Zelda Kelly. Warning: this podcast may contain sensitive material. It is intended for mature audiences only. Viewer and listening discretion is advised. Could there be anyone worse than Vlad Dracul, which is Count Dracula from Transylvania? Well, we may have found a young lady. Yes, that's right. Some of you may have never heard of her. But in the meantime, my name is Zelda Kelly. I'm with PsychicSecrets.com, and welcome to Secrets Mystery Manor. This is a very gruesome story and a very gruesome tale. And from what I'm understanding, this could be the reason that Bram Stoker wrote Dracula, and not because of Count Dracula or Vlad Dracul. My darlings, just to give you an idea, Psychic Secrets used to be True Oracle. So we changed our name last year, maybe even the year before, just so you know. So here we go. Got to get the cats over. Here we go, starting up again. I just wanted to give you that little tale. Now, isn't that something? So from 1590 to 1610, Elizabeth Bathory allegedly, I like that, how they put that in there, don't you? Allegedly tortured and killed hundreds and hundreds of servant girls, women in Hungary, people that she kidnapped, people that she lured to her castle. And they're saying over 650 of these victims were recorded. Who were they recorded by? Well, they found a diary of hers in which she wrote down the names of each victim. My. It said that she ran out of peasant girls and servants and then started to kidnap those people or those young women from nobility, from nearby, I guess, kingdoms. She was a countess. In early 17th century, there were all of these, well, in present-day Slovakia, but rumors started circulating around the villages, and peasant girls looking for servant work were disappearing, and nobody knew why. None of the locals could figure it out, but many started pointing their fingers at the Countess Elizabeth Bathory. Her nickname was the Blood Countess because it seemed as though she was hungry in Hungary. Sorry for the pun, but she's from that area, Transylvania and the Ottomans. And isn't that funny that that is the same area where Vlad Dracul was? Very close in the time frame. She was actually, her parents were related. She was considered inbred. But she called her castle, and I cannot pronounce it, so just bear with me. All right. She received a castle as a wedding gift from her husband, the Hungarian war hero. Now, I can't pronounce this one either. I'm going to try. Forgive me for butchering this. Ferenc Nadasdy. That's close enough. We're just going to call him Ferenc, okay? So Mr. Ferenc, King Ferenc, Count Ferenc, in 1578 had become the chief commander of the Hungarian army. And he was on a campaign against the Ottoman Empire. You see the correlation between Vlad Dracul? Did the same thing. Left his wife in charge of his vast estate and governing the local populace. She had a lot of power go to her head. That is for absolute sure. So at first, all appeared to have been going well under Elizabeth Bathory's leadership and rule. But time started rolling on, and rumors that Bathory tortured her servants began to spread, and it spread through the villages. And when Bathory's husband died in 1604, these views became much, much more widespread, and people started to point the finger, and man, oh man, was it dramatic. The killings started to become more and more and get worse and worse. And not only was it young girls, it was also women who entered the castle. They were not permitted to leave. As of today, she is infamously remembered as the Blood Countess. And it's because she was accused, allegedly, you know how that is, of killing 650 girls and women in the Kingdom of Hungary. If this is true, which I believe some of it is from everything that I've dug around and nosed around and looked after, she is most likely the most prolific and vicious female serial killer of all time. But not everybody is convinced that she is guilty of these crimes. Okay, so let's go back a little bit. Elizabeth Bathory was born August 7th of 1560 in Hungary. She had a noble family. She knew a privileged life from an early age. And basically, some were saying that that is what fueled this really horrible lifestyle that she really wanted to have. So, according to the documentation, the witnesses, and those who investigated, and yes, there's an investigation coming, the crimes of everything took place between 1590 and 1610. And after her husband's death, everything, well, that was after 1604, it just really, really amped up. She really turned the volume up and basically said that she targeted poor young girls and young women and lured them to her castle with the promise of work as a servant. But she didn't stop. And she wasn't going to stop. And I think that she would have gone on for years and years and years. Basically, she lured other daughters of the gentry who had been sent to the castle for schooling and education. And she also kidnapped local girls in the area that would never, ever, 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 ever go to the castle with their own free will. So she evaded the law because people started becoming very suspicious of her. I mean, after all, right? People go to the castle, you say, hey, I'm going to go up to the castle. I'm going to be a new servant, or I'm going to get an education, and you never return and you never hear from these people. Well, people, families, and even nobility started becoming more and more suspicious. She killed multiple victims of noble birth, and that's what got the authorities interested. They should have been interested with all the others, but the fact that she started getting the authorities interested because she was killing girls of nobility, well, that's a different story. Now, the turn takes a very, very interesting turn here. A very interesting sideways path, if you will. So there was a Hungarian king, Matthias II, and he was informed of all this was going on, and he kept watching and watching and watching. He sent his high-ranking representative, Georgi. I can't even pronounce his last name. Forgive me. So we're just going to call him Georgi. He sent Georgi to investigate, and Georgi now collected evidence from over 300 witnesses who basically said there was so much horrifying activity going on in this castle, and charged Elizabeth Bathory for doing all these heinous crimes. Oh my gosh, it was just shocking, extremely shocking. The tortured women and girls were unspeakable. So here's the part. You heard the disclaimer in the beginning, and I know a lot of you like to hear this, so we're going to talk about it. But this is the part, if you don't like to hear about. Gotcha. I'm on it. We'll get it. We'll get it. Team is heading back to court. Got it. Let's go. Look at this. It's 2:04. And I'm still eating my rice because I have a small fork. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Prayers up. We're in line for the 227 verdict, my darlings. Wouldn't that be amazing? They had lunch already. We know God's got this. Sorry, I'm still eating because this now will be my dinner and into the evening. 2:05 p.m., which is a number 7. Nick Rocco Source. Thank you so much, everyone. They're given 10 minutes to get there. Hey, listen. LAF, right? Or LFG. Let's go. I'm going to run this to the kitchen. I'll be right back. Buzz. Oh my gosh, that was delicious. Thank you so much. Nana's on Court TV. Let's see. Okay. 20 hours, 22 minutes, and 17 seconds and counting, my darlings. I don't want to put Court TV on. Court TV makes me flippin' well nervous. Yeah, Nan doesn't take any crap, does she? No idea why. Lord, please do not let this be. Please do not let this be a mistrial. And whoever on Court TV said, "Ow, you don't have time," bull. Let's go. I can't get my fingers going. Not guilty, everyone. Here we go. Mel said they are coming back. Yep. There you go, my darling. I do too. Court TV time, 20 hours, 26 minutes. Wow. I have my tissue. I can't guarantee I won't shed a few tears. I can't get my fingers going. Bev would, you're right, misbehaving. Bev would make them keep deliberating if they said they couldn't come. And they wouldn't come back in the courtroom to say, we're deadlocked. They would send a note to the judge. So let's just remember that. Let's just remember that. We don't know if they have a verdict yet, my darlings, but let's see if Bev has any lipstick on. Wow, crowds are going crazy. Okay. I really don't believe if they were deadlocked, they would come back. I think they would tell. I think we have a verdict. I do. I don't think they would tell. I truly believe they would send a note to the judge. And I hate Court TV. Yeah, I think we have a verdict. I don't think they're dead. Usually if you're deadlocked, you send a note to the judge and say, we can't come, we're deadlocked.
Day 4, Wednesday of Karen Reed trial. Jury deliberations. Check for the pinned post for the most recent thread. We are told the defense has been notified to return to the courthouse. So is the jury coming in, or maybe the defense is coming in because they have a question? Maybe we should define that. It's a question. If it's not the jury coming in, it could be a question. So let's just, Okay, my darlings. Clerk told reporters they asked the jurors to come back. Karen Reed team is en route. Give me a second. I've got to take it. There's a child here that needs help. Right? The clock is ticking. I've got this on. I have to disappear for just a minute. I know I won't miss anything. Hang on. Hang in there. Hang on, my darlings. Hang on. I'll be right back. We're calling on the might of the High Mighty, the divine power. Be with us. Be with Karen. Be with the defense. Be with us. And justice for John. Free Karen Reed. Karen Freed. Come here, sissy. No, I'm live. It's good. We're good. I'm pretty certain this is a verdict. So we've got this, everyone. We've got this. We've got this. Well, we don't know what they're being called back for. So we have to see. So we don't know. I have a feeling it's a verdict, but it could be something more. But they usually don't come back in the court But I mean, who knows? This is Bev's court, but they usually don't come back in if they are deadlocked. They just send a note. Okay, my darlings, they're going up the stairs. Get ready. We're not behind. You're seeing this live. We'll see what happens. Just give it to God. Just say, okay. All right. Karen, we're just all sending you our love and prayers, girl. Turtle Boy just said the Reed team was told to come back by clerk Jim McDermott. When the jury has a question, they are always told this. They were not told there was a jury question.
Superior Courthouse. All those people are gathering, hoping that this is the day we hear a verdict. But as JC just mentioned, we're not sure if that's the case at this point because we don't know why everyone has been called back to the courthouse this afternoon. There are 7 women and 5 men inside the Norfolk County Superior Courthouse deliberating this murder retrial. Karen Reed being tried for a second time, accused in the murder of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
Let's remember,
We're going to get close to
18
227, my
jurors, only
darlings.
12 who are deliberating. But unlike the first trial where we lost the number of jurors over the course of time, here we are. It hasn't been quite 3 months since jury selection began on April 1st. But we have held on to, they have held on to all 18 jurors, so we still have 6 alternates. I throw that out in case there is any issue with a juror for any reason. We have a plethora there to keep this going, although they would have to start deliberations over.
Okay, so the Reed team is in the courthouse.
If we look back, I do want to mention about how this trial changed in the sense that opening statements were April 22nd, and we went for roughly 6 weeks or 7 weeks. The prosecution rested on May 29th. They only called 38 witnesses, unlike the first time around, which were almost twice as many. But the defense put on a stronger, more robust defense if you look at it simply by the number of witnesses that they called. 6 in the first, 11 this time around. As of this morning, when those jurors walked into court, they had been deliberating for 16 and a half hours. We call it day 4 because it started Friday afternoon. You want to do it by hours. We're at 16 and a half hours. That's similar to the first trial. The first trial, they received a case late on Tuesday. By Monday, it was declared a mistrial. But the question will be, Glenn, is that the last time the jury came back twice to say they were deadlocked.
That's right.
And it took what we call a Tui Rodriguez instruction from Judge Cannoni, which basically stresses how important it is that you come to a conclusion because there is no better jury than the jury they have at that moment.
I thought they sent a note back, so I guess I was wrong.
Job than you can do. She stressed that on a Friday. They came back Monday and said, still can't do it.
We surrender. You know what's so interesting about this, JC, is that we've watched both of these trials. They were prosecuted and defended very differently. But it sure seemed like yesterday when we were listening to the questions, as you watch members of the O'Keefe family head to the courthouse now, they have also been invited back this afternoon.
6 minutes for 227.
Were so different.
Oh my
the
heck.
trials proceeded so differently. It seems as if yesterday the 2 juries were ending up in about the same place where they were just really stuck on count 2. Now, of course, that's us tea leaf reading. We don't know exactly what it is that they were stuck on, but these deliberations have dragged on in a sort of chronology so similar to the first jury.
Well, think of it this way. Think of the questions that they asked. The first question is, what time are we supposed to consider OUI? 12:45, which is when the defense said or the prosecution, I think, said she had her last drink, or 5 a.m., which is when she got back in her car that morning to go look for John. So they said, that's up to you. You have all the evidence. I think where you and I have been focusing on is if we find not guilty on 2 charges,
We're going to be very close to 227.
They also asked, does convicting guilty on a subcharge? Example, if you go to the second charge, which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, there is a lesser included that is just drunk driving. And I say just with asterisks around it.
That's right.
Just drunk driving, in this case, considering that she is up for second-degree murder, which is
They did send a note back twice. That's right.
In that respect,
thank you, Haya. They did.
DUI, they were asking, how do we
I
do
don't
that?
remember them coming into the courtroom
to explain how
maybe I'm wrong,
through
but I don't remember that.
Charges, which if you haven't seen the verdict slip, it is very confusing until Judge Cannoni was able to come back.
I like this. Resisting arrest, thank you. Betero says he has a pretty reliable source. It's a verdict, but anything could happen, and that's right. So thank you. We're sending love and light to Karen and her family and to the defense team. Prayers up for God's will.
Then move on to the next offense, which would be involuntary manslaughter. And you do this until you get all the way down. But as soon as you find a guilty, should they, all 12 of them,
I'm seeing reports of saying that the defense looks happy.
And they hand it in. That's a great shot right there that you're looking at, where you can see the sea of pink, which is across the street. Those are the people there to support Karen Reed. And again, away from the front steps of the courthouse because of the buffer
4
zone
minutes
that
from
was put in place.
227.
Glenn, you've been talking with the juror from the first trial.
Sue O'Connor says a verdict envelope is ready.
As those came out, and those supporting either police officers
Turtle Boy
or
says
John O'Keefe,
verdict.
or however they want to present themselves. At times they could be,
Here we go, my
yelling back and
darlings. This
forth
is
at
it.
each other. All of that was sort of in the back of that
What's the
deliberation
verdict
room.
clock? Anybody
And
know
that's
what the
been
verdict
eliminated
clock
for the
is?
time.
I know
And-
it's
and
over
you have
20
to be
hours.
impressed that the crowd is silent.
I
mean,
predicted
they have held to that.
the
Alan Jackson,
18th
the
and
defense
the
attorney, went out to them
23rd.
and said, you need to quiet down. And I believe, Glenn, am I correct, that that's when the international sign for I love you came into play?
All right, we're going to go inside the courtroom now. We can see that Judge Beverly Cannoni is back on the bench, and she's
Here we
about
are.
to address folks in the courtroom. Let's listen in.
Turn up your volume,
I
darlings.
appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? Thank you.
This
I
is your
haven't seen
fault.
this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
This is because they're stuck on the OUI. Oh my gosh, my darlings, StreamYard crashed. So there we go. Sorry, StreamYard crashed. Here we go. StreamYard crashed. I'm pulling these back up again. Just give me a second, my darlings. Give me a second. I flippin' well cannot believe this. The heck? I cannot understand why StreamYard crashed. Hang in there, my darlings. It's coming.
Now, here's the thing. These crowds have been here for days at this point, right? And I've had a chance to go in there and ask people, all right, what do you think? How is this playing out? I have yet to speak to a person out there today who was not convinced that this was the day they would have a verdict. I have yet to speak to a single person. Two guys just crossing the street to get over while we were waiting for this hit, you guys, while you two were still talking. And I just yelled across to them, hey, what do you think? And they said, verdict today, obviously.
What time did
So
my
it really just speaks to how
StreamYard
confident this crowd
crashed?
is that today will be the day. I spoke
Jury
to a few
knocked on
people
the
who
door,
drove in from out of
indicating
state
that they
because
had a
they thought
verdict during lunch.
they were
The
going to
judge
drive in
called
until they
everyone
thought they
back.
were
They
close to a
knocked again
verdict.
and
And when
said they
they
didn't
heard
have
all
a
the verdict
verdict.
from yesterday, when they heard
Here
what happened
is what
yesterday,
I
they were that
feel
convinced that they decided,
happened.
all right, this is it. We're coming in. We're going to get a verdict. Now, that said, it has been very quiet both in and outside the courthouse today. As I mentioned, the crowds have been really quiet. Everyone's kind of listening, heeding the warnings
I don't
from
think they
police.
changed.
You can
They
see
did
there on
not
the left
change
side of
their
your screen,
minds at the last
that's
minute.
the media waiting for any word. They kind of stand out there. They congregate at the
They're
bottom
in the
of those steps where
courthouse.
we get Karen Reed and her attorneys as they walk out of court. The ramp you see on the further left of your screen, right there before the chopper shot loses it, but that ramp, that's where we often see the O'Keefe family going in and out, because that allows them to avoid the media at the base of the steps. And as we know, they've not been wanting to speak to the media, understandably so.
Till the
And
end
so
of the
they
day.
take that
Here's
kind
what
of
I
side
think,
ramp just to
because
get
they
in and out of the
entered that
courtroom
into
unbothered by
evidence.
the press, which is understandable. We saw Paul O'Keefe, we saw Mrs. O'Keefe, and we saw some best friends of John O'Keefe walking into the courthouse just a few moments ago, and they all took that side ramp entrance. But this is what you see when you are standing on the courthouse steps, JC. This is the view you see across the street. These are all of the supporters waiting.
Yep, Melody,
Did you want to jump in?
Yep, we see them all on their phones there, no doubt getting the information, but we have our legal expert, Michael Coyne, with us. And Michael, we need to ask you, how can this happen? How does a jury knock on the door, tell the court officer we have a verdict? He goes to pass the message to the judge, and by the time that happens, they're knocking again to say, we don't have a verdict.
Yep, it's yet another extraordinary development in what has turned out to be an extraordinary case. I mean, the fact is, this is part of the reason we have the rule that you don't have a verdict until it's announced in open court, because jurors can actually change their mind even when they're sitting in the box announcing the verdict. And it's part of the reason why we poll the jury after the verdict to make sure that they're not under pressure, that they've recognized that this, in fact, is their finding, and they all agree to it. So it's why we had some of the problems in the last time, is that you do want the jurors to be able to freely say that that, in fact, was their vote. And clearly, one of the jurors, or at least one or more of the jurors, is saying, no, you know, I don't feel right about whatever the verdict is on whatever the count is, and I want to talk about it more, or I'm not willing to change my mind. So you don't have a verdict until it's recorded in open court, free of any of that pressure that jurors would find when there's 12 people in a room and the eyes of half the country are upon them.
Michael, let's put even a finer point under this, because in the first trial, we learned afterwards that jurors said they had reached a verdict on 2 of the counts. And when the defense team learned of this, they took their fight all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court to argue she should not be tried again because she was acquitted on 2 charges. But all of those courts seem to agree that unless it was read in open court, the verdict doesn't stand. So it is ironic that here we are again.
Exactly. But again, it's pretty indicative of how split people are with respect to whether the government has proven its charges that Miss Reed caused John O'Keefe's death or not, because a lot of people do not believe in the government's case. And what's likely happening is the same thing we see across our Commonwealth, we see in that jury box, is that they are still vigorously debating the merits of the case. And now the question is, will they be able to convince the holdouts to go along with the majority and reach the verdict on all of the counts?
If you are Alan Jackson, if you are Hank Brennan, and most importantly, if you are Karen Reed, Michael, is there anything you can imagine they are thinking or feeling at this time? This push-pull, start-stop that just happened, can you read anything into it?
If the only thing I'd read into it, yesterday was a pretty good day for the defense, a very good day. Today, I would be a little worried if I were them, simply because it's taking an extraordinary amount of time today to be able to resolve what would have appeared to be relatively minor differences among them. And now they've announced that they have a verdict, and then moments later they've said, no, we don't. So you'd have to be worried that at least on some of the charges that the defendant has not been able to help the jury get to the point of that there is, in fact, reasonable doubt. So that would concern me as the defendant, and I'd still be concerned as the prosecution here, simply because the jury indicated in those early notes that they, if anything, are leaning more heavily to the defendant's side of the case than the Commonwealth side.
So, Michael, based on the very limited amount we learned from Judge Beverly Cannoni a few moments ago, is it your expectation that at 2:35 this afternoon, the jury is back in that room and deliberating?
Yes, and the voices at some point will be more raised, and especially if it's just one or even two holdouts against the unanimous verdict, the tension will become higher than it's been previously, especially where they thought they finally got to the goal line, and then at the very last minute,
we're going to let them stop and then let me gather my thoughts here.
And so now, in essence, they have to start at least a portion of it over to try and get those holdouts to agree with the majority.
Well, given that it's 2:30, they usually are done around 4. They
There's
could
still
extend
time.
it, let's say, to 4:30. I can't imagine, and let me know what you think, Michael Coyne, that we would get to the end of today without hearing from this
My
jury one way or
StreamYard
another.
crashed at
Again, whether it's a
2:27.
question or
Don't
whether
know
they
if you know
reach the
that.
verdict. Based on this moment in time, could you see a way where we could go the rest of the day not hearing from them, and then we're not back till Friday? Remember, tomorrow is Juneteenth, so it's a holiday.
Yeah, I actually do think, and I thought yesterday that there's a likelihood that they may report, especially now where we see that they've had this problem.
Everybody calm down.
We have
Everybody
reached a
calm
verdict
down.
on 2 of
Everything
the
is
counts,
fine.
but we are not able to reach a unanimous agreement with respect to the third, whichever count that happens to be. Can we record our verdict, or are we in fact hung on the one where we don't have unanimous agreement? I would not be surprised if in the next couple hours that report or / question comes in from the jury along the lines of what we saw yesterday.
So in other words, they're not going to make it hypothetical anymore. She couldn't answer it yesterday, she said, because they said if we came to a decision on 2 of the 3 charges, but this time if they say we have, then she could respond to it.
Yes, she could. She could in fact accept the partial verdict and still send them out on the remaining count. And again, remember, under Massachusetts law, she has to give a Tui Rodriguez instruction.
That's right.
Before she declares that the jury is in fact hung and we have a mistrial.
I don't think we've got a hung jury.
If they report back that they can't resolve one of the counts, then she has got to give them that instruction and send them back out again. And especially with Juneteenth coming up, and my guess is that the court may look at Friday as sort of a day that maybe it makes sense to give them the day off and have them come fresh on Monday. We really might be extending this until the first of the week if, in fact, they aren't able to get back to that unanimous verdict that, at least in part, they reported having.
Well, like you, Michael, I think Judge Cannoni is expecting to hear from the jury one way or the other before this day is over. She instructed both teams not to go far. Typically, we'd see them leave the courthouse at around this time after having a short proceeding like the one we just saw, but that's not the case this time. Everybody is staying inside. And Michael, the question that occurs to me is the envelope we saw Judge Cannoni put up there on the bench. She said it's being preserved for the record. But if there's nothing read in open court, what value is that piece of paper inside the envelope?
Well, because there will be challenges in all likelihood to the jury verdict at this point. We know that us lawyers are pretty litigious, and obviously we want to defend our clients' rights. So all she's doing is, out of an abundance of caution, preserving it, because you want the public to be able to have some faith and confidence in the judicial system. So let's preserve it. And if there's an issue later on that parties want to be able to have the court examine it or have appellate courts examine it, it is in fact preserved. But Massachusetts law is incredibly clear, as we all should know from the appeals with respect to the last verdict, that until that verdict is read in open court, jurors are free to change their minds, and until the verdict is then recorded in open court, it isn't a verdict at all. So especially now, this should illuminate some of that earlier discussion from last year. You want jurors to be able to vote their conscience and then hold to that and be free of that pressure. And it's clear that based on what we're looking at here, one or more jurors doesn't feel comfortable with that verdict that they thought they all reached.
If you are just joining us, we had the reconvening of all the lawyers, Karen Reed, family, and the judge back in the courtroom because there was a note from the judge, but from the jury, excuse me. Let's play that moment in case you didn't hear it the first time.
I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict.
So there you go, and she, here you can see her taking it. She had it had been put into this sealed envelope. You hear her saying it. I'm going to enter it into the record. It's going to be labeled jury to keep it separate from everything else. No one has seen it though. No one has looked at that, and I can't imagine, honestly, being Karen Reed and knowing your fate is in an envelope potentially.
Oh my goodness.
Feet away from you, and no one can touch it until the jury comes back again to say officially they have a verdict because they changed their mind.
I've heard Judge Cannoni read that announcement from the bench twice now. I still can't believe it. I mean, I feel as if over this more than a year now that we've been covering this case, you think you've seen every dramatic twist that you can imagine, and then yet
okay, the
again,
verdict.
here is another one.
I just read too
Michael,
that the
do we
verdict
still
is
have
coming.
Michael Coyne with us? Michael, I wanted to just ask you, you have said so many times how unprecedented so many aspects of this. Okay, we want to interrupt because Michael, stay right there. We now do have word that a verdict has been reached while we wait.
Here we go,
for
my
that to come
darlings.
in. Once again,
It was
have you ever heard of somebody
2:27
changing their
p.m., you
mind like
guys.
that at the last second once they've
Here we
already
go.
submitted a slip?
Well, yes, sometimes when the jurors are polled in open court, you will see a juror say, I don't agree, I don't feel comfortable with this
Here's what I think.
decision.
I'm gonna
while
stop this for a
again,
second. We're
sort of
here.
Unprecedented that you
All
see
right.
it.
I muted that
such
just for a
high
second.
profile trial. It isn't
I want everyone to know this. Remember, this is media.
It is not
Okay.
unheard of that you will have.
This
when
is
you
media.
poll a jury for the
It's
verdict,
all about the
that you do
dramatics.
find that
Here's
there isn't
what I
unanimous
feel
agreement in a
happened.
criminal case or that the
I feel
verdict
that
is
they said that
consistent
they
with what
had
the
a
jury is
verdict,
telling us in a civil case.
and then I think
Michael,
that they
the way
got
that this
nervous and
has,
thinking, "Oh my God, did I do the right thing?"
rare, as you mentioned,
It's
not
not
unheard of,
changing their
would you
mind.
expect
They
Judge
wanted to make
Cannoni
sure that they filled
to
out the
poll
right
these
things
jurors once
correctly
this
because
verdict
they do
is
not,
announced?
if they can help it,
I would
want
expect
Karen
it.
to
And
have to go
likely,
through a
usually,
mistrial
I mean,
again.
depends on
So
if
I
we get a
think that
guilty
they went
verdict.
back
If we get a
and was
guilty verdict, you can be
changing
sure that
the
defense counsel
course.
will
I
ask
think
that
they
they
went
be
back
polled.
and was
And the prosecution,
rechecking
though, what is
themselves.
she
They
is so
have
not
time
guilty?
Exactly, JC. Commonwealth may ask, especially
based
where we
on
know
the
that
idea of
at least
what
one
it
or more
is and what is
jurors
happening.
isn't
I have
entirely
a lot of
comfortable
faith in this
with the
jury.
decision of
I have a
the
lot
rest of the
of
jurors.
faith
So
in this
I would
jury.
expect that there may be
And I
that
believe
question posed to the
that what they did was because,
jurors,
look, they
and it
know
should be
what's
posed
coming.
separately.
They
But
know what's
you
coming,
can
and they
always
wanted to make sure
also
that everything was
collectively
marked
poll them and say, do each of
correctly.
you agree with this
New
finding?
verdict reached
Um,
336.
and
Well,
then
it's
the jurors
only
you would look
243.
as the trial
So
judge would
I
look to
don't
see
know
if
how
in fact
where
they nod in agreement that
336
that is in fact their
came
finding.
in, but
So
okay.
it
Let me
is
see.
an
Zelda,
extraordinary
that's
development
what
in this
Betterow was
case.
just
Well,
saying.
here in the
Okay,
last 2 or 3 minutes, we've
that's
learned a
what I
verdict
think.
has been reached
You
in
know,
the
and of
Karen
course, this
Reed murder
friggin'
retrial. We
media.
expect the court to reconvene shortly and for the jury to be
Sit
brought
down.
in. Also,
Sit
you
down,
might have
demon.
noticed in your picture
I
a
think that
greater
this
number of
flippin'
police
media
officers. It's my
is
understanding
so
that once
dang
a
I know
verdict
I
is
don't
reached,
have
there
the
is a different
I
public
don't have
safety
the
plan
volume
that goes
on
into
this
effect.
stupid media
And we're
anymore
probably
because that's
seeing the
what's
beginning
upsetting.
stages of that right now
It doesn't
on the
allow
street
us
right
to think.
outside the Norfolk County Superior Courthouse. There are a lot
Doesn't
of people
allow
in
us to
that
think.
area right
Let's
now,
think
JC.
about
It's
this.
hard to get a full
They are
concept of it
nervous.
simply
They
because,
like
once again,
Karen.
the buffer zone. If you
They called her
watched during the
Karen.
first trial,
Karen.
there was so much noise and commotion and color and folks around the actual steps.
So I think we
Each
just need to
time,
take a
again, they have
moment
been
and
pushed back.
breathe.
So
I
when
think
this
that they
verdict comes
just
down,
wanted to make
that feeling, that
sure
moment will be
that
different
they
than the
filled
first
this
time, and
out
I'll be curious to
correctly,
see what that
that
moment
Karen
is
wasn't
like
going to
if
go
Karen Reed
anywhere.
does walk out
Take
of
a
those
breath.
steps. Melody Mendez
Breathe
is outside
deep.
with that crowd. Melody?
Everybody, this freaking media.
JC and Glenn, I wanted you guys to come back out here
This
very
is why
quickly
we
because
don't
you can
watch
see
this
behind me,
crap.
see what these cops are doing
All right,
right
let
now.
me
You've
turn
got
this
some
back
Dedham
on
police
so you can
officers
hear.
here. They are shutting down the street, and that is because they have just gotten word that there is, in fact, a verdict in. They do not want traffic. This is High Street and Court Street. This is right in the heart of Dedham
I
Center.
shut down
You can hear the
this
police
media.
officer there. He is a Dedham police officer telling these cops to, hey, get through, go through the intersection. They are clearing the road. State
Media
police have used their
will
SUVs
lie.
to block
And
the
remember,
area. You
a
can see
lot of
one
this
shady
media,
SUV right there. There is
hold
one
on,
about
we're
3
going to let
blocks
them
further
get through
down. But
this.
this is
A lot of this media is not on Karen's
everywhere. And
side.
now you see the gates
So of
that are
course,
going up. Those gates are going up because they are blocking off that roadway.
I just turned it on and then I turned it off.
Set in, it seems, with the crowd.
So of course,
we do have a verdict. You can actually tell that if you heard
of
people cheering just a
course,
moment ago,
they are going to say, oh, somebody changed their mind. Oh, this is horrible. Oh, there's a deadlock. Remember, everybody's, oh, she needs to give a TUI charge.
Since people are hearing that a
People,
verdict's come down, no one's quite believing it.
Sit down,
This is
demon.
the moment, you guys, where the
stop.
crowd is finally starting to believe it.
Media,
Now they're seeing police
stop
and law
it.
enforcement reacting.
I think we're going to be okay.
And if they're reacting, that gives
Zelda,
them
you
credibility,
did
right?
not
So
turn the
now
media
we're seeing
off.
they've already blocked off
Is
one
it
lane.
still
They're gonna
running?
do
Can you
their
hear
best
it?
to block off this other
Because,
lane as they get the rest of these cars from 3 blocks back
okay.
through the intersection. But they are being very cautious this time around. They do not want cars going back and forth through this intersection. When the verdict is read, they just want to keep things very safe, obviously.
I don't have time to do a cleansing, but let's do this.
In this
Okay, you can, okay,
area
got it.
as possible. So just to give you some perspective of what you're seeing here, you've got
It's all okay.
several local police officers, 8 or 10 of them.
Karen
They
Reed
are
is giving
just the
huge
ones doing
hugs
traffic
to her
enforcement right now. Then
teams
you
and
have
interns.
police officers
Her
from
lawyers are
several
all
departments
hugging her
across the
parents.
area, all over Norfolk
This is
County. In
extremely
fact,
emotional.
they are helping
There are
with crowd
thousands of
control, and then
people
you have the state police here as
standing
well, and they are ultimately
outside in
keeping that
anticipation.
buffer zone, or what was the buffer zone, safe. They're trying to basically keep everybody behind
They just make it sound so exciting because of their tenor of the reporting. I didn't hear them anything about a deadlock or anything, an opinion based on what they've said.
And that was about 5 minutes ago.
Bev didn't do anything. I just want you all to know.
But you can certainly see that they're really starting to get things in
The
place.
clock has stopped.
Now that word has come down that there
Let's
is
take a
verdict.
breath.
You can see them allowing. Okay, here you go. Now, if you see what's happening right here on your screen, on the right side of your screen, those are the barricades that they're essentially allowing some of the barricades to move forward, but it looks like they're not. It looks like folks are trying to push them a little further than they wanted to let those folks go. So you can see those people kind of being pushed back a bit. And I think, you know, for the most part, it should be mentioned that this is a far cry from what we saw last year, right? I mean, the crowds were very loud. There was a lot happening. They're trying to keep control of this situation, and it looks like they're doing a very good job, given the amount of law enforcement they have out here, guys.
Yeah, there's a lot to coordinate outside the courthouse, clearly.
Stop
Melanie Mendez
2,100
for us
hours.
outside the courthouse. Let's
3.
go to NBC 10's John Maroney,
That's the number
who's
3.
also outside the courthouse, who can give us a slightly different vantage point of what's happening on the ground there in Dedham. John?
You're right. We're right out in front of the courthouse where they're trying to get it set up so the folks on the
I'm going
other
to turn
side
this
of the
media
street,
off
they've been
because
here
they're
throughout
ridiculous.
the course of the trial.
We'll see them come back. When it goes into the courtroom, then I'll turn it back on. 21 hours, 17 seconds. So was that 1? That's a binary number. Yeah. Larry is reporting the verdict is in. I believe the verdict is in, my darlings. I believe this is it. And Zenjen, it looks like we have a verdict coming in. But this is what I think. Okay. I think that the jury, you know, it's that last minute thing. It's that last minute. It's like before you walk down the aisle when you get married. Hello. And you're standing there going, should I? Oh. You know you've made the right decision, but you want to make sure. This is what I agree. I just truly believe that they did this. And then they got back and said, well, shoot, what if we didn't fill out that form right? We know what happened last year. And that cow did not tell us what to do. She didn't answer a question. So that's what I think. Watch what happens after this verdict. I'd rather see these people got everybody worked up. The situation is, it is still legal, my darlings, for them to say, I think the second knock was, let's make sure. Let's make sure we filled out the form right. I don't think they changed their minds at all. I think let's get back to the courtroom, stupid media. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Just want you to know, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, no matter what it is. Get your tissue. I'm sure there's going to be tears. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to pull a quick card here. Keep it together. Keep it together. That's what it's all about. Helicopters can be heard overhead. We have been waiting for this moment for 2.5 years. Here we go. Next card. Detective law enforcement. We're seeing a lot of that. So it's telling me now what's happening. So we've got a lot. Don't be worried. Falsehood, being lied to. There we go. They know that they were lied to. Wisdom is needed. Exactly. There's a new, brand new pathway ahead for Karen. This is not negative, everyone. Be calm. There's always going to be lots of black suits, lots of because they're expecting riots. Because look, this whole area, and especially law enforcement and legal, are expecting bad stuff because they are expecting negative, because they don't like Karen. So, of course, they're going to report that way. Thank you. I know I smell like a salmon. Breathe is easier said than done, but you got to do it. Look at this. We had this card earlier today, 7 of Hearts. It is a fulfillment card. Positive fulfillment. Positive fulfillment. It is positive. It is a card of being content. She's going to be okay. The verdict is in. Here we go. They're waiting for this. Now I'm going to turn the sound back on.
Shirts
Ridiculous.
and holding signs of support for John O'Keefe and for the O'Keefe family. I did have a chance to sit down and talk to them. You know, how has this been for you? Do you feel the tension that there was last time? And one of the gentlemen told me specifically, no, I don't at all, because he said he feels like he's not being attacked this time, and he feels like everyone is just kind of minding their own business. The other gentleman I spoke to didn't feel the same way. I will say that
Thank you for
he
keeping us.
was definitely not.
Appreciate you.
Not thrilled
Much
about the Karen
love.
Reid supporters that were in the area.
There we go.
But
Verdict
he came out here
clocks.
because he felt like the other side
20
wasn't being
hours,
represented.
33
I do want to
minutes,
mention too,
40
I have been
seconds.
reaching out to contacts.
We were
with the
so
O'Keefe
close to
family
227.
throughout this trial, JC, for the last 8 weeks, and they
You want to know the
obviously
truth?
do not want to talk to the
I
media.
really think that they
but
tried to do the
I've been
227.
speaking with one of John O'Keefe's closest friends, who didn't want to speak for the family. I've just been exchanging texts with him today. And his comments were that obviously this is, and I'm reading this from my telephone as I speak, obviously this is a stressful time. He doesn't want to speak for the family, but look, it's been 3.5 years. They're just trying to trust the judicial process and hoping that a jury is able to get to a verdict without any outside influence. And again, that person not speaking for the O'Keefe family, but just kind of giving me a perspective as to what his friends and family are going through at this point. And that's something that's been echoed, right? That we've heard his friends and family say previously. They just want justice for John, whatever that looks like, and they want it free of this outside influence. And I think that's part of the reason that the judge and law enforcement and everyone surrounding this case has been so careful to not be chanting outside the courthouse, to not be screaming outside the courthouse this time around. Because as we heard from the jurors
my
last time,
darlings,
JC, I think
my
you and Klein
StreamYard
mentioned this off
crashed
the
at
top, that
227.
jurors said they could hear the crowds outside. They could hear the chanting. And this time that is
They are all defecating in biblical
as far as the chanting is
proportion.
concerned. We'll have to wait and speak to these jurors afterwards and find out what, if anything, they heard from inside these deliberations. But it is very clear that this time around, there's not that hoopla, right?
I think she's going to stand there for a moment.
No, Melody, we hear you so clearly. We can hear the cars passing. We just heard the screech of tires. That tells you
The
everything.
first
when you
one
think
was
of
at
the size of the
227?
crowd, and we can hear that kind of minutia.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's hard not to empathize with the sentiments that Melody was just reading, because it has been 3.5 years. And then you get to a day like
What about
today
the
when you
Reed
expect to
family?
hear a verdict, and then you
People,
hear
Boston
the
10.
fact that actually the jury changed its
Get
mind.
Howie
It doesn't
Carr
give a
up
verdict.
there.
And then you hear again the verdict
Howie
is reached.
Carr
So that's
is
where
a
we
hero
are
in that
right
area.
now, all sort of teetering on the edge, waiting for this to come to a close after 3.5 years. NBC 10's Malcolm Johnson is also outside the courthouse. Malcolm, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Hey, good evening, Glenn. I would say this is really organized chaos in many ways. As you just heard and you all mentioned, you were able to hear some of the things in the background as Melody was live reporting there. State police and other first responders have things under control here, no question about it. And I wouldn't say that this is a crowd that is overly frantic or excited. Many of them have a sense of calm about them and anticipation. It's emotional for many of them. If you take a look behind me here, they have set up these barricades on High Street, which is the main thoroughfare here in town. And if we look just past the barricades, you can see many of the folks with their hands in the air, waving, blowing kisses. giving the I love you sign in sign language. And then if we pan off to our left just a little bit, you can see the caravan of state police troopers that are lined up here, and obviously the media. Many media members have made their way here, not just local, but from across the country. So let's give you a sense of how people are feeling this way. If we walk over this way, again, hundreds of people here in attendance. Over this way, you have some of Karen Reed's legal team and their vehicles, their escort vehicles that are here waiting as well. I got a chance to speak with Dedham police officers. If you give us one chance.
I love Howie.
State police are telling us to get off the road here, so we're going to make our way out of the middle of the roadway. We were going to go and speak to a woman across the street. If nothing else, we can.
I just can't with this media bunch.
We can show her. She's the woman in the white with the pink stripes there, and she's speaking with the Metro-elect police officer there. She's got glasses off to the right. I said, Cheryl, would it be okay if we interviewed you? And so that was our plan to do so. That being before state police told us we could not be in the roadway. You see, she's got her hands folded there. We wanted to speak with Cheryl, who's also here with her sister and other family members, because I think the images that you see right now convey the emotion that so many people have here.
I wish I could stream Melanie's
you see she's flashing a smile now. She said, sure, it's fine.
as well,
I may cry,
because she's got Mark Betterow on with her, and I
so
don't mind
there
at
is a sense of
all.
calm. I think another part of the story that
Let's go to
we'd
Law and
like
Crime.
to tell is I just got a chance to
Let's
speak with the
go to
president. She
Law
said,
and Crime.
We cannot wait for this to be over. She said, yes, we believe and stand for people who want to peacefully protest.
Because I'm done with this.
This is a lot. It's burdensome on our town.
Crap.
There are no parking spots. It's interfered with our budget. Police and fire department are utilizing all of their resources. And so I think for those reasons, while we do see people here peacefully protesting, locals are ready for this to conclude. So we'll send it back to you guys in studio and continue to give you all a feel of what things are like here out in.
Let's take a
the
breath
scene
for a
just
minute.
outside of
We're going
the
to take a
courthouse.
breath.
Things are peaceful.
These people can just share the pardon me, heaviest energy going. So here we are at Law and Crime. We have a verdict clock. We are in real time, everyone. And if you all, Law and Crime, 80% not guilty. So here we go, my darlings. We're just going to leave it up here. You know, Melanie is on. Pardon me. Carl Steinbeck, listen, he's my kind of guy. I would like him. So let's just take a breath. I do not believe. Well, Andrea Burkhart is actually watching a Brian Kohlberger thing. Court. Here we go, my darlings. Here we are.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers?
Here we are.
Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts just been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge. Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all?
Yes. Guilty.
003. What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating in the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty.
Listen to the people.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service.
Not with you all.
To send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
I knew it.
All rise.
I knew it.
Jurors, follow me.
Not guilty. 3. See, I knew it in these so-and-sos.
Can you please exit the courtroom immediately?
Karen Reed.
I want to see
Not yet.
Tony.
Hold on, everyone. Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
And we would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay.
Go forward today.
Okay.
I thought she got not guilty on all 3. I thought she. It sounds like she got a guilty on the OUI. Sounds like she did get a guilty. I thought they said guilty on the OUI, and then they said not guilty. She got the DUI. Okay. She got the OUI. Okay. All right. We can take it. We can take it, right? We'll take it. Sentencing today? Fine. Brennan,
All right. So, Ms.
butthole.
Giannetti, you ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Hey, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend a probation 1 year, 2040 program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on their first
Good.
time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
Good. Probation 1 year.
So
Everybody.
I'm happy to do it. All right. Thank you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program. Yes.
Please exit
Thank
the
you.
courtroom immediately. All rise.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. One year probation, misdemeanor, everyone. Hallelujah. And you heard Hank recommending 1 year probation. 1 year probation. That's it. Karen is freed. Praise the Lord. I want to see her go outside too. Did you all hear the people? This is amazing. I knew it would be okay. I knew she'd be okay. I knew it would be. I couldn't hear. I thought they said not guilty on the OUI, but it must have been the second count of the OUI. So, yep, June 18th, not guilty, 1 year probation on the OUI. She's free. She gets to go home tonight, everyone, and not has to worry anymore. Not guilty on 2 counts. They knew it's the truth. 1 OUI, 1 year probation, standard for everyone. They knew. Okay, the second OUI. Thank you so much. 1 year probation. They knew, my darlings. They knew. You heard Hank. Oh, I recommend. She gets a 1 year probation. Thank you, my darlings. Thank you. I want to see. Sorry, I'm crying. She can get her license back, though. Yes, she can get her license back. I think it's, I don't know what it would be, but you know what? It doesn't matter. She hasn't had it for 3 years. So at this point, what's another year, right? Karen Reed, not guilty of all murder charges, guilty on 1 charge of operating under the influence. Now the feds have to take down the police department and find out what really happened and get rid of it. Look at this. Look, Melanie is crying too. I wish I could show her screen. Melanie is crying too. Now they can do it all they want.
What TVU are you? Great. Has anybody seen Mark?
Yeah, he's right in front.
What TVU is he? Oh, he's the podium. Okay. I do. Okay, yeah, who else? You got me. You good over here? I'll bring you over here. Can you get him here? I'll bring you. Wait, Steve, I'm on TVU 3.
They're saying Karen Reed is free.
It's fucking teamwork. I even went inside and charged it for a while. And you just start shooting, and the next thing you know, you're like, Low battery? Not now. That shit was incredible. Oh, please. It's great.
Getting ready to storm here like crazy.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me know how you get there, because I get to they have bagel shop down the street.
I don't think they will. Maybe, but I don't think so.
I tended to shoot something that's going on. I have a video of that. I don't know. I have to be honest. I have no idea. Yeah, I know. I don't know if they want that, but I think it's good. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Pedro, you think this is funny? Get out of here. Go home, you loser! Nobody wants you here.
Okay. Are you good if I use the same caption for
I know some of you are saying there are other talks that are better. I don't want to take this down. I'm afraid the minister coming after me.
I need someone to start playing Tom Petty. Go back down. That's what I need. That's a good too. Stand my ground and go back down. No which way. I know. I saw him the third last show.
Hope you're watching Bobo! Howdy, Low Marcy's house tonight. Let's go!
I'm gonna have to go back inside. I'm not even inside to fight this. There's a rap party. See after practice?
So Dan, you're gonna be on channel 2.
We're having a party. Morrissey resign! 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 All right, then. Let's start with this courthouse. Clean out the corruption in the corner office over there. Get her out of here. Johnny, back to an island.
I'm interested in knowing what the terms of probation are because I know there's like a $250 fine. She has to probably report monthly and go to a class. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Gotta
text from.
Yeah, we get a lot of texts. It's okay.
She's watching you. Whatever iPhone is it?
Right. So I don't think she's going to do anything. I mean, they wouldn't be.
Okay, bet. Maybe I'll just shut my camera off then.
I'm sure she's signing up with the probation department. That's what's happening right now before she leaves the courthouse. To avoid legal infractions, any new arrest violations could lead to jail, pay fines, fees, or court costs associated with the conviction. Complete mandated programs such as alcohol education or counseling if required, possibly installing ignition interlock device if specified in the probation conditions. So remember, she lost her ability to drive for 1 year.
I'd rather get because I'm not going to do anything with it. It'll be available, right? I'll just be struggling it. I don't know how long this stuff is better. I'll get into that. Oh, okay. So you haven't heard me.
We want our money back!
Oh, Brad needs to go.
We don't want needs to go! That 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 needs to go!
Lock up Piggy. Lock up Pocket. Oh my gosh. PD, they're nowhere to be found. You're watching history, my darlings.
It's like a little kid to get us through the day.
Saturday night, we will be doing the Spirit Box. Don't miss it, Saturday night.
I know, I don't want to. I do. I want my phone too, and I look at yours like that's not my
So we're going to go to Boston 10 now, my darling. That seems like to be a better
I don't
place.
know if they'll let you in. That's far away. I guess so.
Okay, hold on, my darlings. We'll just thought we're going to Boston 10. Wow, that got a little loud, didn't it? Okay, hang tight, my darlings. They didn't show Bev's face. They didn't show Hank either. Let me get to Boston 10 or Boston. Yeah. Wait, let me check, make sure. That's 25. Okay. Because they were showing the front of the courthouse, so we want to talk to them. We want to talk to them.
Was going to get hung up on that again and do another trial, retrial, or mistrial, whatever you want to call it. I'm so excited I can't even think right now.
No, you're doing fine. Can I ask you a question as well? What do you think the difference was between this trial and the last one?
I think they told a better story. It was more concise and it was easier to follow. So I think the defense team did a really thoughtful and thorough job explaining what happened.
How about the prosecution? They sort of upgraded. They brought in Hank.
I wouldn't call Hank an upgrade whatsoever. I think he was underwhelming. I think that he was playing dirty, and I just hope to never see him in the courtroom.
Lally did a better job than Hank.
You know, it's funny. I've heard that from a couple folks. Can I ask you a little bit about, now?
Okay, let's see if we can go to Boston 25.
I mean, we still don't know.
Here comes Karen.
Behind her, and then Elizabeth Little behind David, and Robert Alessi to the right. He's from New York, and they brought him in sort of for the second trial, and he was a force to be reckoned with throughout this trial. So this is it, folks. We're going to hear from Karen Reed. These are her first words as a free woman.
She's going to start talking about the garage.
Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have, and my team. Thank you.
Do you want to see it reopen? Karen, you want to see the case reopen? Should the case be reopened? No, the case cannot be reopened. This case is over. No, I mean, I think the case is larger. What did you say? What did you say about justice? I'm going to leave it to Karen and her dad. Her dad has a comment. Let her dad make a comment.
Mr. O'Keefe, thank you, Mr. Reed. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family,
I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Yannetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all of the content providers who help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all. The investigation. Let's do this.
All right, there you see it. That was history there, certainly in New England. Karen Read walking out of court, a free woman after more than 3 years of fighting the charges against her and the death of her former police boyfriend, John O'Keefe. She is surrounded by law enforcement right now for her protection as she works her way to the SUVs that will carry her away from the courthouse.
I'm glad they're protecting her.
Time. The jury in her case finding her not guilty of the most serious charges, but convicting her on the DUI charge, the OUI charge. And as Ted Daniels told us just a few moments ago, she's already been sentenced to 1 year probation. They did it immediately there in the courtroom because they did not see a need to come back after all the time that has already been spent in the courtroom. What a moment to be able to witness and to hear the crowds cheer, regardless of where you are in terms of how you feel about this case. This moment is one of for the history books. Alan Jackson speaking. Let's let you listen in for a moment.
What is your message to all the supporters?
Looks like we got some technical difficulties
That's
there.
like television every now and then.
Every now and then, right?
Disappear on
Well,
you.
and there's Bill Read, Karen's father, speaking.
Let you listen in.
And it looks like we don't have audio on Mr. Read there, but as Karen, and here he is.
Tremendous thanks to Almighty God, Jesus Christ, and release. Thank you for another year of information circulating in the public.
And Bill Read walking out of the crowd
No.
there. He
Karen
had
Read
just
and AJ are
spoken
not a
to
thing. We're not
news
even going to go
reporters
there.
as well as the crowd,
Not even gonna go
acknowledging
there.
the strength of his daughter,
No.
Karen Read, who's been acquitted
No.
on
Please
all
don't
of the most
suggest
serious
that
charges
it's not
that
a thing
she was
when
charged
they
with
are
since
not.
2022. Karen Read walked outside of the courtroom, spoke to the crowd, thanking her supporters for not only the financial support, but the emotional support for 3.5 years now. And what we just heard that she said was that no one has fought harder for justice for John than she has.
That's right.
There were her attorneys, of course, behind her, Robert Alessi, Elizabeth Little, Alan Jackson, David Yannetti. Visibly emotional.
Yeah, and we had that statement on the other side from Jim McCabe and the extended O'Keefe family saying that this was a miscarriage of justice, their words, and how they described the outcome of this trial. I want to take you back out to Ted Daniel there on the scene. Ted,
You
have been there at the courthouse for most of this trial. You have spoken with Karen Read. You have spoken with her attorneys. You know this case better than most. Your take on the conclusion that we have come to.
Due to so many people using the cell phone signal here that I continue to drop the cell phone line, but I'll just go ahead and take it from here. We are watching Karen Read and her family leave. I was talking about her father. He spoke briefly, thanking all the people who supported his daughter and fought for his daughter. Bill Read and Janet Read, Karen's parents, have been with her every single step along this crazy expedition for the last 3 years. They have been at every single court hearing, and often when Karen Reed wouldn't talk to the media, Bill Reed would speak to the media. And I remember meeting them for the first time more than 2 years ago when we spoke with them at our studio. And Bill has always been his daughter's biggest supporter, and I think also his daughter's biggest fan. I think certainly Karen Reed has shown resilience and an ability to navigate this legal system. And that's what her lawyers have said all along, that in terms of their team, that she is sort of the sharpest one and the one who leads a lot of the decisions. And look at where we are now with an outcome. The fact that she was found not guilty on all the serious charges, and she was just convicted on the OUI charge. Of course, we are all wondering what it would have been like to have been in that jury room, to be a fly on the wall on the discussions that they had. I mean, the fact that it took about 15 hours or so shows that there probably were some people on the other side of the fence, and they all had to sort of talk it out and come to some sort of resolution that they did. There's no court tomorrow because of the holiday. So had they not decided a verdict this afternoon, we would all be back on Friday and possibly looking into the next week. So you wonder if that was in the jury's mind, that, hey, we don't want to go into the next week. We've been here. I remember jury selection on April 1st, seeing some of those people, including a juror who appeared to be no older than 20 years old. I think she was talking about just getting out of college. And the jury really was a mix of that, mostly younger people, but people as old as probably their 50s. And you also have to wonder what the jury for her first trial is seeing, thinking about this. They saw a little different packaging of the evidence by both sides. They saw a different prosecutor. This time around, it was Hank Brennan, but they were not able to reach a conclusion, and they hung. And that's what led us to this second trial. And I was worried there for some time that we may end up with another mistrial, just because I knew that there were probably people in that room on either side adamant either way, but they were able to iron it out, and they were able to get a decision, and the jury has spoken. I know Lisa Pappas is here, and she will continue our reporting at the scene where Karen Reed just left after being found not guilty of all her serious charges. Lisa?
Yes, Karen Reed and her team just got into those SUVs and left this corner, and since then, state troopers have moved those barricades back to open up this street, but you can still see her supporters, hundreds of them, still here. And when she came out of that courthouse, as you know, pink confetti was shot off at this crowd. I couldn't even hear the show in my ear because it was so loud. People tell me they had chills as soon as she walked out of that courthouse, waving to her crowd, people showing the I love you signs, feeling like they did this, that they accomplished this along with Karen Reed. A lot of them here for the last few years supporting her every single day. But there was just a swarm of people surrounding her down the sidewalk as Karen Reed and her lawyers went into their SUVs here with state troopers and police officers trying to keep the crowd away, because these supporters are in tears over this. They are so happy for her. They are so excited, and you can just feel the emotion. You can feel the intensity here. There's a sense of relief among this crowd, really, to hear that not guilty verdict on those serious charges that she faced, especially after some of the people here had been here every single day of not only this trial, but also her first trial last year. So you can see the streets now finally starting to open up. Police officers here in the street, and her supporters continue to stay here. And I just want to show you a look of the land here right outside the Norfolk County Superior Courthouse. You can see some officers here, as well as some state troopers, and some media just kind of staying outside of the courthouse to see who else leaves. But we will keep you updated, and we will be back out here in Dedham to give you the latest.
Lisa, thank you very much. It is now just past 3:45 in the afternoon here on Wednesday, just before Juneteenth. It is June 18th, and in the last 45 minutes, we have a verdict in the Karen Reed case. If you're just joining us, the jury acquitted Reed on all of the serious charges, but found her guilty of one of the lesser included, specifically operating under the influence, for which she was sentenced to 1 year probation immediately in court. She walked out of court a few minutes ago. We heard a few brief remarks from her and her attorney and her father. She is now a free woman and has left that courtroom and this case for the last time.
And after fighting these charges for 3.5 years, walking out of that courtroom to only get 1 year of probation, she won't step a foot in that jail cell. And interestingly, around 2:30 this afternoon, the jury actually announced that they had a verdict and then changed their mind. 20 minutes later, the real verdict was read, and the judge actually sealed that initial one. So a lot of twists and turns throughout this afternoon before we actually received a final verdict.
A few curveballs and a little bit of whiplash this afternoon before getting right down to it. It has been an emotional afternoon as well. We saw the tears flowing in court as that verdict was read on both sides of this case. We had the tears from Karen Reed, obviously relieved, along with her attorneys and her family. Then you have the O'Keefe family, and they are dealing with a very different situation tonight.
We received a statement.
I'm done with these people right now. So this is what we're going to do. Let's watch the verdict again. Karen Reed. Let's watch the verdict again, my darlings. Let's watch this. Let me set this up for you. Let me set it up for you. There we go. Watch this. We're going to watch the verdict again. Okay? Here we go. Let's listen carefully. I get tired of this mainstream media stuff. Here we are, my darlings. Let's go.
Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002. What say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
Of?
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all? Yes. 003. What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Jurors, follow me.
Wow. So there we go. Another day. Sorry. Had a few tears. Paula said McAlbert's just made a statement that today was an injustice, and Karen and her team lied and made up lies and accusations about them. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing how that works? Well, I've got to tell you, first of all, my darlings, I've been streaming for over 7 hours. I'm not going to see you live tomorrow. Saturday night we will be live, and I will be back tomorrow with more videos, more everything. Take a big breath. I knew today was going to be very important. Monday will also be very important. It's the 23rd, but I will tell you this for sure. Karen will take a rest, but all of a sudden we will hear Karen start talking about the garage. Now, Karen's going to be very cautious and careful. She's under probation, and that's serious. She's got to make sure that she doesn't mess up on probation, but she will not. She's been out on bond. It's almost the same thing, almost. So I'm positive she has signed up for probation already. And I got to tell you this, my darlings, Hank knew that his fix, you see what I mean? The fix was not in. The Commonwealth got their fix. The bad actors who did this to John got their fix today. And we know how they feel. So, you know, I gotta tell you this. Watch, because it is amazing. I had a lot of faith in this jury. You could tell in Bev's voice she wasn't really that happy with things. She, you know, but watch and see. Now she's going to come out and start fighting for John. We have questions. Where's the carpet? She has been fighting for John. Where's the carpet? She's going to tell everything about that garage that Bev did not let come into evidence. So, you know what? I don't normally do this. Forgive me in advance. I'm going to just say this. All of you forgive me in advance. But this message for Morrissey, the Commonwealth, all the MSP, all the Canton PD, Proctor, Higgy, the McAlberts, and oh, by the way, Jen, you'd better cancel your appointment for the blowout. All the McAlberts, all of those, Kelly Dever, Aperture, every one of you that made these horrible, malicious statements. Number one, about Karen being a murderer. Lawyer up. Lawyer up, because give Karen a rest, and then lawyer up. Secondly, for putting so many people in harm's way, for what you did to the Reed family, for what you did to all of them. I don't ever do this, but I have a little surprise for you. Are you ready? This is for all of you bad actors, the corrupt government, and all of those in Canton. Here we go. This is Scooby. Hello. Here we go. Ready? Because justice is now coming. You got this, everybody. You got this. You did it because of you. Because of you. Justice is coming. Way to go, Karen. Way to go. Way to go. So I'm going to put out. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you, everybody, for. God, what a day, right? Thank you. See, I can feel you guys. I love you. I can feel the energy now. That's what's going on. Okay? I know John is going to have a lot to say. Do not miss Saturday night. Whatever you do, I love you guys. Whatever you do, don't miss Saturday night. I got to get ready to go to work tonight. Yeah, my son will be all happy, all right. I raised my flag that way. There you go. There you go. Thank you, my darlings. I'm so happy. And D111, thank you for the coverage of this trial. You are a light to our community. Thank you. I am so grateful to you all. And I am so happy that Karen is free today. I knew she would be. Everything is okay. So there we are. There we are. Thank you, my darlings, in advance. Thank you, thank you. Love to each and every one of you. You have the right, everyone, to cry. Thank you. Thank you. Great job, everybody. Great job. But I cannot wait, because you bad actors, you better run, because you know you can hide. And that's why they are having such a hard time about how she lied. Bull. Bull, bull, bull. If that's all you guys can say, you know what? The only thing that you bad actors are concerned about are your own damn hides. You're not concerned about John. You're only concerned that you thought somebody told lies about you. Shame on you. How dare you? And may you be haunted by the spirit of John O'Keefe until he rests well. There you go. There you go. Oh gosh, you guys, I love you. All right, let me go through here. Let me see. Annie, thank you. We love you. You guys are so wonderful. Resisting, get some ice cream. You deserve it. Listen, if Dairy Queen wasn't so far, I would jump on down there and get a little bit of a cotton candy, but it's getting ready to storm. House long, the rest of you. Evil doesn't win. And you know that, bad actors. And now, I can unleash what I can to come to you. That will settle over you. How dare you? How dare you? That will settle on you. And may those spirits be unleashed unto you. I hate corruption. I hate evil. And I hate what you did to John O'Keefe, in my opinion. You guys are you going to go to the VFW and have a party tonight? You bunch of buttholes. Seriously. Seriously. Don't think that I think you're going to have to call up the catering company or call D&E and cancel all of your plans for tonight. Thank you, Diane. Prayers to Officer John. $24.90. There you go. Microsoft said some awesome posts. We love you, Richie. There you go. Thank you, guys. And I never flip anybody off, but you know what? I just can't control myself. Anyway, my darlings, I'm going to get ready for work. Get ready, because there's more for Karen coming. Karma knows your address, bad actors, and the universe knows your name. Shame on you. God has done the right thing. He has blessed Karen. We knew he would. It feels great. So all is good. All is good. Hang in there, my darlings. Rest well. Karma is coming. That's right, Haya. Karma is coming. Justice. Hi, Kim. Justice will prevail. The enemy will be defeated. The truth will be exposed. The bad actors will be exposed themselves with their own words. God will prevail. Evil shall be overcome, and victory is at hand. You know, these people make me sick. They make me sick. Instead of saying, okay, who killed John? Who killed him? What happened to him? Evidently, the jurors saw something that we didn't. You can't lie like that, like the Commonwealth. You see the difference between lies and truth. Truth prevailed. If I were Peggy O'Keefe, I would be saying, let's find who killed my son. I would be. The tears are joy, but tears for John. They killed John, in my opinion. Don't miss Saturday night. EVPs, get ready, because it's coming. And believe me, Carmen got John to Petri dish already. Yeah, he backed into somebody else at the Registry of Deeds and was going to run until somebody caught him and put him on video, and then he went over and left a note. May these people be haunted. I'll just send my people over that way. How's that? Why don't I send what I know to send over your way, bad actors? Hope you get to sleep tonight. My darlings, you are all wonderful. Elizabeth, the foundation of this channel, bless you, my darlings, sending over gifts. You guys are wonderful. Thank you for the gifts from Amazon. Thank you for everything. Much love to you. Hang in there for the outro. Justice was served today. And now I will see you in court for the next trial. Whew, let's take a breath, everybody. There's more coming. All is well. Much love to you guys. Hang in there. Bye for now. Maybe. Bye.
They'll tell you the facts are clear, but the truth always flickers between the lines. In every shadow, there's a secret that refuses to stay buried. Clues hide in symbols, and sometimes even fate won't show its hand. Voices echo not just from the living, but from the silence they leave behind. I'm Lady Zelda. This is Seeing Crime, where what's hidden doesn't stay hidden for long. Until next time, keep watching.